to honor sacred places and to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. And I think a land acknowledgement is unusually important when we're doing a planning council. And I think that it's important that we consider our land and how we take care of it for generations to come as we go through our process today. Before we get going, there's a lot of you here. And I'm afraid for many of you, if you're here because of the 6 Mile Lake application, we're going to test your patience for a little while because there are half a dozen applications prior to that, and we'd like to get through those first. I don't know how the day is going to unfold, how long each application is going to take, but I know at least a couple of ones prior to our 6 Mile Lake application have interested parties who want to talk about it. So it could take some time. I will call a break during the morning. I will call a lunch break. I also will let everybody know that at 2 o'clock, this council has another meeting that they have to attend, and that's a fixed 2 o'clock. And so if we're not done before then, we'll come back at 2:45 or 3 to continue this meeting. So that's what we have set out in front of us. We have a lot of people here. We have people waiting outside. We have a lot of people online. I'm going to ask everybody to be respectful. And if you have difficulty with that, you may be asked to leave the room. I trust that won't happen. I was very impressed with how respectful all the correspondence has been that we've received. And so I'm very confident and positive that we'll have a good meeting, lots of good discussion. And with that, I was reading it all, reviewing all this last night, and I want to tell you what came to mind was a quote, and I wish I had a Scottish accent, but I want to quote Robbie Burns. The best laid schemes of mice and men gang aft agly, allay us not but grief and pain, for promised joy, which often is translated the best plans of mice and men. So we're going to try to go through this per plan. We'll see what happens. Good luck to all of us. And with that, council, any declarations of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest? Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, the white 7C.
You have a conflict on 7C. Okay. Duly noted. Any other conflicts? I'm not seeing any. All right. Let us begin with the Municipal Act public meetings. This morning, there is a public meeting scheduled for 3 Shore Road closing applications. I will briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. First, the clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meeting was circulated for the proposed Shore Road closing being considered. Next, staff will advise the purpose and effect of the bylaw and provide for any other information that is relevant to the applications, and staff will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to speak and provide comments to the bylaw being considered. Please be respectful of time and be concise with your comments. All commentators are requested to state their name and address. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended to deal with the following proposed Shore Road closing bylaws. R14-38 for 15 Hunter Lane and R14-39 for 21 Hunter Lane. R2211 for 27 Hunter Lane and R2210 for 20 Island 320 Severn River. To our clerk.
Notice of the public meeting was published in a newspaper and notice was sent to the abutting neighbors in close proximity of the properties at least 20 days prior to today's meeting.
And our clerk has reminded me, I forgot, council, Moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved, the council adopts the plan agenda of June 6, 2023 as circulated. All those in favor? All right. Pretend I did that before my little speech, please. And now to our staff with regards to the shore round allowance applications, R 14-38 and R 14-39 for Hunter Lane.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, so the first shorewood allowance application is R 14-38 and R 14-39 for 15 Hunter Lane and 21 Hunter Lane. The shorewood allowance has been requested by the applicants as part of their existing structures are located on the road allowance. The shorewood allowance for part one is 376 square meters at a cost of $4 per square meter for a purchase price of $1,504 plus HST. And the shorewood allowance for part two is 621 square meters at a cost of $4 per square meter for a purchase price of $2,484 plus HST. The total purchase price for parts one and two is $3,998 plus HST. The property is zoned shoreline residential type 1, and there are no open building permits on file. The next slide is a location map of the subject lands and an aerial view. You also see here the survey, which I'll zoom in just so you can get a better look at parts one and two. Both the applicants are present this morning, so if you have any questions for them, they are willing to answer.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to say then to our applicants. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourselves or identifying yourselves for the sake of our staff, and if you have any additional comments to make, please make them now.
Your worship, councilors, hello, I'm Nancy Clark. I own one of the properties outright that is questioned, that it would be 15 Hunter Lane, and my husband and I own 21 Hunter Lane and have for the past 30 years. So right.
Well, I don't.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? And I should say, those of you who are on Zoom, if you wish to speak to any matter, we request that you raise your hand on screen, because otherwise we will miss you, I'm afraid. So if there's anybody online who has any comments, and I see in the meantime, Mr. Hill, do you wish to make any observations considering where you're sitting? I'm guessing the answer is yes.
Good morning, Your Worship and members of Planning Council. My name is Tom Hill and I live at 18 Hunter Lane. And I would like to share my screen if I may. And so let's see how that's going to work. About that magic. In respect for your time and for the busy schedule today, I put together a small presentation, which I assure you will be very fast, with the object of making my statements clear. There are a few parts of this presentation that may not seem relevant to the application, but if you bear with me, I will tie that through as we go forward. There's the first comments have to do with part one of the application. And just a little bit of background here, the cottages are on the upper portion of Hunter Lane have been suffering from flooding from excessive water for some time. And a probable cause of that may be the changes that were made to the outflow from Barron's Lake back when the reconstruction took place for Highway 69 and 400. In any case, the residents of that area have been subject to flooded basements, eroded soil, and damage to any wooden structures that are mounted close to the surface. The residents, of which I'm one, have tried a number of things. We put in sump pumps, put in ditches and drains, and tried to divert the water, but I've had little success. So we contacted the township for help, and the township operations people came on site, did a complete survey, made a number of observations and recommendations. The first one was to clean out the storm drain that is falls along the side of Honey Harbor Road. That was a pretty significant change. They cleared out the ditch. They opened up the culvert that was there. And after our first rainfall, we were jubilant. The water was flowing. We thought we had solved the problem. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. As it turns out, our problem wasn't surface water, but groundwater. And further investigation, if you look at the sketch that I have up on here, it shows the area where that groundwater is collecting. And the origin of this is probably back when Hunter Lane was extended along the bottom there to accommodate access to the two other cottages that are further in. I think what started as a path became a road and then subsequently upgraded to a point that it would handle some heavy vehicle traffic. The problem was that there was no consideration given to drainage. So that area that you see there is like a bowl. So all of the groundwater coming down from the upper area collects there and has nowhere to go. It builds up to a point that when we have heavy rain or we have spring runoff, the water actually percolates up out of the ground, finds itself, makes itself a trench down the roadway, over the dam and out into the bay. The solution to this has been identified as well. There are some additional safety concerns in regard to that section of Hunter Lane. As you can see in this sketch, the Hunter Lane is a very narrow laneway. There's only room for one vehicle to pass, and obviously in one direction at a time. And often that area is serviced by a number of heavy vehicles, from propane delivery trucks, sewage maintenance people, building supplies, whatever. And the concern here, which was actually identified by town operations staff, is the problem it causes when they back out onto Honey Harbor Road. And I'll see how that significant runs in later. What happens if you look at this aerial view of the intersection of Hunter Lane and Honey Harbor Road, typically when trucks either are backing in or driving in, they cover the whole section of Honey Harbor Road. And for vehicles that are traveling southbound on Honey Harbor Road, they don't see that obstruction until they're right on top of it. So we've had a number of near misses. As you can see, it is an accident waiting to happen. And the town operations people identified a solution to this problem as well, which we'll discuss as we go along. And the solution to that is the building of a turning area. There's a spot available on Hunter Lane that would accommodate that. Unfortunately, as I mentioned earlier, it's soaked in water and wouldn't take the weight of a heavy vehicle. So again, not a big deal. Some additional aggregate put in there, you could firm it up and make a place for the trucks to turn. And that way they're going back onto Honey Harbor Road forward rather than backward. In addition to that, as mentioned, a drainage system could be installed in the same area that would relieve that area of the buildup of water that's contained by the dam that's there. So solutions are at hand. The next couple of points I'd like to make are in regard to winter conditions on Honey Harbor Road. And the township provides snow removal on Hunter Lane by way of a small plow truck that you see here, salter sander mounted on the back. It's a tricky job. It's a tight little road that the guy has to navigate. And the biggest, one of the biggest challenges that he has is someplace to put the snow. He can only plow in one direction, obviously going down towards the bay. And again, as in the earlier slide, his only way back on a Honey Harbor Road is to back out of the 100 lane. And with that machinery on the back, he can't see where he's going. On times when we have a heavy buildup of snow beyond what that snowplow can handle, the township has heavier equipment in the form of this big snow blower that they bring in to clear the area and allow the plow truck to get back to the job. I would also like to mention that that Hunter Lane is the gateway to Georgian Bay for most of the snowmobilers in the wintertime. You know, people typically leave Port Severn, follow along the 501 roadway, cross Honey Harbor Road, down Hunter Lane and out into the bay. On a busy weekend in the winter, there's a lot of traffic on that road, and that's traffic in both directions. So sufficient space is needed in order for the safe movement of snowmobiles in that area. This small sketch here shows you the existing I tried to simulate winter conditions, but that's the turning area. And one of the constrictions that we have now, and it will be even more affected by this turning area, is where to put all the snow so that it doesn't block the cottagers from getting to their cottages or the snowmobilers getting to where they're going. And as you can see with the yellow lines at the bottom, you know, we require a fair bit of track in order to allow the snowmobiles to come and go safely. In short, problems, thank you to the town, have been identified, solutions have been determined, but action on all those has been delayed. I think this application has been in the works for 7, 8, 9 years. It's nine, a long time. My neighbors are right next to me again. So yeah, it's been a long time. And you know, to the town's credit, there's not much they can do if this application is before planning council and still yet unresolved. Hopefully we can make some progress on that today. There is one more obstacle that is in the way of what we're trying to do here. And that is in the form of this rotting and dilapidated old structure that's been sitting on the property here for quite some time. And you know, numerous occasions, the residents in the area have approached the applicant to get it removed. I understand the applicant has been in touch with contractors, has quotes, but yet the building still remains. One of the upsides of removing that particular structure or eyesore is that behind it is some natural Canadian shield. So removing that building would provide a park-like setting in this area and bring it back more in line to the objective or the intentions of the PPS or the District of Muskoka or Township of Georgian Bay OPA. So there is another upside to moving that. There seems to be, and probably this the cause of some of this delay, there's been discussion between the applicant and town as to whose responsibility this is. So we did a little research. If you go back to 1990, the province of Ontario changed from the Land Registry Act to the Land Titles Act. And part of that change, first of all, identified where all properties are clearly with the GPS locations rather than the old deeds. It also removed any of the old, I think they called them abject or adverse possession, which commonly was called squatters' rights. So the responsibility and obviously some liability for that structure remains with the town. The building is entirely on town property. And should an unfortunate incident occur where some adventurous teenager or inquisitive passerby should get involved in an accident there, I think you'd find that the township is in fact first in line. The other thing that I noted quickly on here is that there are existing bylaws in the township of Georgian Bay that deal with property standards. 2009-74 lays out clearly what the process is if there's a building that's in unsafe condition. And I would also point out that in bylaw 2014-75, if you look at the regulations there to apply to SR1 zoning, it's highly unlikely that after that building is removed that any further development would be allowed. So with that, I see very little, if any, value to that to the applicant to proceeding with part one of this application. The other quick image that I have here is superimposing the footprint of that old shed over top of what we're trying to do here. You can see that it will impede the area that snow is to be stored. And it's also an obstacle in the way of snowmobiles that are coming and going. So, 9 years or whatever, it's long past time to deal with that old structure. So in summary on part one, I see certainly no benefit to the community from the sale of this public owned property. I think because of the growing population that we have in the township, there's lots of future advantages to using that, to developing that particular property. All of this negotiation back and forth has impeded the town staff from getting to work on solving some of those drainage and safety issues. All those people that are affected are still using the sump pumps as we go along. There's been a delay in the construction of that turning area that we're talking about. And I think you can see from the drawings that I presented, there is an opportunity here to return this property to its natural state. My final quick comments here are to do with part two. Provided with that, as you saw at the beginning, there's an overview here that shows the location of the two properties, 21 and 15 Hunter Lane. They have a very distinct advantage here in that they are bordered by road allowances both in the north and the south. And there is access and parking on the Sunset Lane side as well. So I guess the point of that drawing is that, there's no constriction there on space. There's plenty of room should the applicant need additional living space. And there's basically access from both sides. The only comment that I have on part two, and I guess at this point, I would say that there's certainly no objection to the applicant purchasing the shore road allowance in front of their cottage. I don't think that only makes sense. The question here has to do with the boundary on the north side of this. I'm not sure whether this was intentional with this survey or not, but this is a small item, I would suspect on the part of the applicant, but what it represents is an encroachment on that Hunter Lane road allowance that we talked about earlier. In terms of the applicant's access, I think it has no impact at all. Hopefully, Planning Council will see fit to allow them to close the shore road in front of part two. And so not only do they have exclusive use of that area, but they have access to the entire width of Hunter Lane, which, by the way, is only 66 feet wide. So we don't have a lot of room there, but they have the same access as everyone in the community. Our recommendation or request to Planning Council, if they wish to proceed with the closing of part two, would be to request a condition of closing, or if possible, to readjust that northern boundary so it stays in line with the shore road, the existing shore road boundary that's there. Again, leaving opportunity for the township to develop that property to its full extent, and I see no negative impact to the applicant. So that was my brief presentation. Thank you very much for your time and patience. The end.
Thank you very, excuse me, thank you very much, Mr. Hill. Are there any other members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? I don't know if I've seen any hands raised from the participants. Is there anybody in our audience who wishes to comment on it? I'm going to go back to our applicants then, please.
Hello, everyone. Oops, yeah. Thank you for listening to that presentation that we didn't quite know was going to happen, but I just wanted to add on that. Some of the conditions I understand, but they don't affect any of there's 2 cottages on that property. And then Mr. Hill is across from it in a lovely, is it winterized? I don't even know, a winterized place. So I can see that some of these can affect them. Obviously, we need to have more discussion on number 2. We didn't know the town had come, and all those pictures at the beginning with the machine and the machinery.
Yeah.
So
I'd just like to add that the drainage problems that Tom is talking about have always been there. As far as the wetlands, that's on township property. That is correct. It does dry out because I cut the lawn there, and I have done for over 10 years now. There has been no maintenance done on the there's a small drainage ditch that runs alongside of Hunter Lane, which is on township property. It comes down to a culvert, which is probably blocked. The ditch gets somewhat damaged over the winter with, I guess, the snowplow. You can see tire tracks down in there. That's all on township property. It has not been maintained. It was years ago maintained once that I saw. That's all on township property, and I think that's where the drainage comes from. The property in question that we want to buy is has nothing to do with that drainage. As far as the turnaround question, that was addressed a number of years ago. We had a site meeting with former staff here. They came out, looked at it. They agreed that there was enough room there to drive a vehicle down back into township property. They could back up, whether it be a garbage truck, whether it be a snowplow. They could come down Hunter Lane as far as they wanted to. They could back into this turnaround on township property and drive out onto the Honey Harbor Road face first. We don't have any plans as far as building or erecting anything. We have no plans to erect anything on site. My objective is foremost to tear down that shack as soon as I own the land under it. And I have gotten some quotes. I'm still in the midst of having that done, getting some quotes and returning that to, as Tom said, the natural rock. There's very little else that you can do on part 1 with that property. It's a huge big rock with a shack that's coming down and a little bit of lawn. That's all we're asking.
All right, thank you very much. I'm seeing an attendee with their hand up. I wonder if you could bring John over. And I see John. John, if you could fully identify yourself and then add the comments you may have.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can.
All right. I'm getting an echo. I'm going to speak without my headphones because it echoes right back in my face and it makes me confused.
Go ahead, please.
I'm the neighbor at 27, and my property is being considered as well in a minute, but I just want to add a few comments that I think are pertinent to my situation that perhaps the township is not aware of. The Shoreline Allowance Road was the primary access to our property. That's right up to the beginning of Hunter Lane at the Queen Harbor Road. And having these properties sold basically cuts us off. We do have access at the back to Sunset Lane. But our property from where our cottage was to get there was over 200 feet up rocks. And we bought the property originally so we could drive up to the cottage and unload. Now, at my own expense, because of all of this, I've had to put in a proper rear access that I can bring heavy vehicles down off Sunset Lane at a cost of, $14,000 in order to accommodate the township and accommodate the neighbors who wish to buy the Shoreline Allowance Road. I have had no help or reimbursement for that. And I feel that's just a little unfair. The second thing I want to bring up is that if you sell away the Shoreline Allowance Road, my address is 2700 Lane. I would like it reconsidered to be put on Sunset Lane and given a proper number. So as I don't see Hunter Lane existing anymore if you sell the property. And the other thing is in the charts or the surveys. You look at my property, it shows my property rear lines going to the beginning of Sunset Lane. When we bought the property, and we still have the survey, it showed very clearly that my property line went across Sunset Lane to the far corner, and I owned the back corner of Sunset Lane on my property. And not only that, I had to agree to an easement that was in the mortgage when we bought the property to allow people to access across Sunset Lane. And that was never a problem with me. And it isn't a problem with me, the fact that that has been changed necessarily as far as owning property. But what does bother me is I don't know anything about it. I don't know how it was changed. And I would like some clarification on the issue. Because if I ever sell the property, I have to make that point clear to somebody and have to be able to explain it to somebody. And right now I can't. So as I say, it was changed without my knowledge. And if it was changed with my knowledge, I didn't get clear notification. So I respectfully bring these points to the attention of the council. That's basically all I have to say. Thank you very much.
One question of clarification.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Yeah, just one question of clarification. Do you currently access your property over Hunter Lane or over Sunset Lane?
Now we are completely access through Sunset Lane at the back. As I said, I put in a $14,000 access. We hired gunners on 2 occasions to complete it. And it is capable of bringing down fire trucks, peppies, and whoever we have to, heavy vehicles, construction vehicles can access the cottage right up to our building, which was very important to me to allow the sale of the Shoreline Allowance Road, which up to that point was our main access, which it isn't anymore. So I no longer have a conflict with the allowing the Shoreline Allowance Road to be sold. It's just that I had to put in this rear access.
All right. So no, I just wanted to confirm that you do not have an objection to the current Shore Road Allowances application of your neighbors.
Not anymore.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. Are there any other comments from the public on this file? Okay, with that, I'm going to turn it over to council. If there's anyone has any questions or concerns they wish to express. Councillor Cooper, please, followed by Councillor Jarvis.
Just in terms of clarification, I don't know who wants to answer this, but I'm looking at this survey and it says 2023. It also shows the water's edge, not the high water mark. Strikes me that I realize that we can measure shore road allowance without the high water mark, as I understand it, but we've already talked or heard a fair bit about flooding here. I wonder what this looked like in 2020. That is concerning to me. I'm seeing a picture of water down about 18 inches to 2 feet from 2020, and I think it certainly has an impact on my consideration. Thank you.
Your worship, if that is important, I do have a video or a picture that will show what the water level was like at that time.
I'd be interested. I think from a planning perspective, there could be some impact from high water.
Okay, I'll just have to share my screen again. This will show you the water in front. I'm sorry that it takes a little while to fire up here, but somehow, Sydney, we need to. I have other. If that one doesn't work, we can look at another one here.
In the meantime, I could address that if I may. The road was washed out.
And so that's why I raised the issue. High water will come again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
You have the same concerns. Normally when we get these surveys on the Georgian Bay, we get a high water mark indication, and I think we need to have that in order to make any logical, resolution to this. If that road is underwater at the high water mark, then it kind of makes things rather difficult for everybody involved. And I would really like to see that demarcation. I do have a question for the residents, and that is, I can't tell from the overhead, but I suspect there is an issue. Can you access your properties from Sunset Lane? I know Tom wouldn't be able to, but you could.
We can access the property at the back, but there is a drainage creek that runs right through 21 Hunter Lane. Prevents, there's a small walking bridge that comes over, but I can't get close to my cottage from Sunset Lane. It would be probably a good 200 feet from Sunset Lane down to the cottage. I rely on the front access, and as Mr. Graham said, that he's got a municipal address, 21 Hunter Lane, or Hunter Lane is a municipal address. I rely on that road there.
Right.
I have maintained it over the years. At my expense. I've cut the lawn, I've put gravel down at my expense on township property. This is why I wanted to buy it. We've had that 21 Hunter Lane for 25 years. And I've maintained the property, raked the leaves, cut the lawn, done the work, spent the money on somebody else's property. When the township said you can buy it, I said, I'll buy it.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, to our clerk for a moment, please.
Sorry, I just want to clarify the timing of how this application has come forward, because I think it hasn't been put into clear terms at this point in time. The clerks first applied for this application, I believe was in 2014, is that correct? And at the time, there was objections from Mr. Graham, who is at 27 Hunter Lane, because his only vehicle access was via Hunter Lane that runs in front of the properties that the clerks have at 15 and 21 Hunter Lane. This application was brought forward at this time because Mr. Graham has finally agreed to have this to give way of that access point, now that he has built the driveway access off of Sunset Lane, as he has spoke to earlier. So there's no other property that has access over this roadway. Other neighbors don't use this. The only ones who use that portion in front of the Clerks property was Mr. Graham to access his property. And of course, the Clerks themselves. And this portion, yes, it is close to the water. I agree. I've been down there. It is pretty close to the water. And the road is mostly their front yard in this property. It's hard to see in these pictures, but you can tell how close those structures are to the roadway. So they're basically just asking to own their front shore and to the water's edge in front of their cottages.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, followed by Councillor Bocheck, please.
Thank you, and through your worship, Clerk Way, thank you. I think that really clarified some of the questions I had about what actually this road is. Is it truly private property in a shore road allowance, or is it a road allowance? And I guess the question that would remain is the property that's on the other side of Hunter Lane, do they use that for access through that portion of the lane? I don't know if anybody, I don't know what the address is on the other side of Hunter Lane on the shoreline there, but do they use the shore road as well? Is that Tom's?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
For clarification, if you're looking at the survey, to the north is Mr. Hills.
Okay.
But
Okay.
to the west
Yeah.
is Mr. Graham.
Yeah, no, I
At the far
I
end.
understood Mr. Graham. It was
Okay.
just, I didn't realize that was Mr. Hill's property. It's directly across. And do you use the lane for accessing your cottage then as well?
Yes, everyone that there's basically 5 cottages on Hunter Lane, and I'm one of them. Mr. Graham is 2, Clerks are 3, and then there's a couple of others, Kings and Cotes.
Okay.
And I would, if I may, just while I have here, to Madam Clerk, your statement earlier that this application has been before the township since 2014, and you're only mentioning Mr. Graham as having any concerns. I couldn't count the number of times that I have been to the township and discussed this with the clerk at the time, with the chief building officer, and a number of people on staff. So how my name does not appear there is a mystery. That obviously there's been turnover, but I've had several conversations with township in regard to this matter.
If I could just clarify, yes, Mr. Hill does access Hunter Lane. Hunter Lane in this case runs basically to the water and then it turns along
And
the front.
I'm
And
just
so the access point will still continue on that portion of Hunter Lane.
Okay, and then also to clarify that Hunter Lane is a private lane as opposed to a public township owned lane, but we plow it in the wintertime. And this is maybe irrelevant, but
Well, Mr. Sokash, would you be able to inform us how much of Hunter Lane is maintained by the township?
Thank you, Your Worship. Oh. There's an address that I can't see on my phone. We maintain down past an outcrop. There's a driveway on the left-hand side. We maintain down to approximately there. That's where we turn around. Is that consistent with what you see? Sorry, we're doing this on the phone, but that driveway about there. Is that correct?
You plow, as far as plowing? you
Yeah.
mean, Brett? You plow it right down past Tom's driveway,
Okay,
just about, it varies every year, but the snow is just piled up in a straight line down Hunter Lane. Where it turns in front of 21,
right,
they don't go any far, they don't go that far.
right.
It's just left there. The snowmobilers go around it onto the property that we want to buy. That's fine.
That's right. There's an accommodation for the
Yeah, I've never had a
snowmobile.
problem with that.
Hopefully that clears that. Clarifies.
Mr. Hill.
If I may, there is a township bylaw in place that I believe was fairly recent, that the deeming bylaw or whatever, that shows that the township of Georgian Bay plows 105 meters of that road from Honey Harbor Road. And that basically just goes past my driveway.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Predko, you are finished now?
I just was curious if anybody has a right of way or easement on their title for this road, that's in the area of the road allowance, the.
Well, they wouldn't require one if it was township lands.
Yeah. Okay.
Counselor Bochek.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, my question is similar. Is this a municipally, Hunter Lane, is it a municipally assumed road? And looking at this survey here, for simplicity, it starts at number 7 and ends at number 16. Is that entire road municipally owned or is it municipally maintained?
Mr. Zoll.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Through the mayor, it's a municipal road allowance and a portion of it is maintained by the municipality and has been for far before I started here.
So would you say this is a municipal road or is it a private road?
I would say it is a municipally maintained road up to approximately 105 meters. And has been and I think it would be difficult for us to stop maintaining that portion.
So it's municipally maintained, but is it municipally owned?
It is municipally owned. It's on a municipal road allowance.
Okay, and secondly, Sunset Lane. Is that a private road or is that a municipally owned road?
It's
Through the mayor, it appears that Sunset Lane is on private property. It does not appear to be in a municipal road allowance.
This is probably something that was important that should have been in the report, but regardless, thank you for the clarity on. Okay.
Go ahead.
I know we've had some new people come in. I've just been advised by the fire chief again that there are vehicles parked over at the fire station in the back parking lot. They do need to be moved, so we have proper access for volunteer firefighters and our emergency vehicles coming and going. If that is one of your vehicles that is parked at the back, what looks like an operations building at the back, it needs to be moved immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Graziano. Not working. I will need it for this afternoon.
I got it. We're good. Very quick question. Thank you, your worship. Does anyone else on the road own any of their shore round allowance? Do we know?
Yes.
No,
you-
because but right at the end of the road, that's our next application. And so we have these two, and then the portion above, there's no application at this point that I'm aware of.
So no one on the road currently owns that shore road allowance. Thank you.
Mr. Hill.
If I may, there are, as I mentioned, 5 cottages that are around there and everybody owns their shore road allowance with the exception of the Graham and Clark, which are those last two at the end. And as you can see from the agenda, they're both applying for shore road to purchase the shore road allowance. But all of the other side of Hunter Lane, the shore road allowance is owned by the cottagers.
But the Hunter Lane does not run over their shore road allowance.
That is correct.
Yep. Okay. If the part one looks like it is half of the little. In the and here is the future disposition of the upper section, the north of that. Found on the property above.
Through your worship to Councillor
please.
Hazelton, the intent is to leave that open and municipally owned. Some surrounding neighbors use that access to the water, so launch kayaks and canoes there. So we would leave that open. We wouldn't sell that portion.
Right.
It hasn't been so far.
No, it's not.
So I have to say it all again? No, I'm just trying to understand what the implications are if we approve this and allow them to own their short allowance, which seems to make a lot of sense. There are other kind of uses, so to speak, with predominantly, I guess, winter snowmobile access. But it looks like if that upper section of the property above part one can be used in the summertime, presumably it could be used in the wintertime. And if the fire trucks can get to the end of that area to the edge of part one, they're probably close enough to be able to do whatever fire and EMS that they need to. So I'm not sure that I'm not sure I see an obstacle here. Anyways, that's comments.
Thank you. All right, it looks like we have a few more questions. So I'll start at round two. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And my earlier comment of the high water mark was reinforced by the photography we saw. The road was flooded. To say that this is sort of accessible some of the time, but certainly not all of the time. The road is flooded. 20. And I'm curious, I didn't ask a question earlier, but I'm asking our planners, our clerks department, is this not a serious problem? To selling short allowance when it's flooded. That's our measurement. It's a high water where we calculate our size of a property. And as I understood it, I'm pretty sure a number of years ago, we passed a bylaw that said all surveys must show the high water mark. I don't see it. And I'm very concerned that we're talking about an area that floods up and will again. Thank you. I'd like to hear some response to at the very least, providing a survey that shows a high water mark. Thank you.
To our clerk, please.
It is low-lying land and there is flooding that occurs sometimes in the springtime. But Sydney and I have been out there when it has not been flooded, and there is no reason why we cannot sell them that land that they wish to purchase. So they have ownership to the water so they can build a dock, etc.
If I could just comment, lakes flood, Georgian Bay goes up and down. And in 2020, the water was flooding out this road. So it's a different issue.
I think it has to be noted, this application was made long before we changed some of our regulations.
The survey says 2023, and I'm quite sure, Mayor, that the survey requirement of showing the high water mark was pre-2014.
I believe that requirement is for planning applications.
Okay, Maybe the planning department can comment on this because I'm not getting how we can even be approaching this with this particular issue in hand.
These
Thank you.
applications are vetted through our lawyers before we bring them forward. They approve the surveys. They need to know that the survey, I understand the high water mark is not there on this particular survey. However, there is nothing prohibiting us from selling this land from our legal obligations. There's no ramifications for us from selling this land at this point in time, whether that high water mark is marked on this or not at this point in time.
And I suggest we have a safety issue. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Jarvis.
Good points of clarification. Mr. Hill, as apropos of your presentation, are you in favor of the application as it stands before us? Or do you have issues because of the way, because of what you're suggesting should be or could be done there?
Thank you for that question. There seems to be a little confusion. When we say the application, there are two parts to the application, part one and part two. And I was trying to address them individually, and I can now tell by the nature of Mr. Hazelton's question that maybe that wasn't clear as well. The part one encompasses a section of the road way, the road access of Hunter Lane. And as you saw in the sketch that was put up on the screen, the application proposes to sever that in half. It is only 66 feet wide, so we're cutting it in half, so 33 feet. In the presentation that I made earlier, I was hoping to illustrate the need for that large turning area, the large area for snow storage, the area that's required for drainage. And with Mr. Sokash sitting here, I would say possibly on his behalf that the township snow removal equipment would be reluctant to throw snow on someone else's property, whether it's it's thrown onto land that's not owned by the township. So I think it is a significant impact of the sale of that part and part one. And to answer your question, Councillor Jarvis, the neighbors that I have spoken to and myself are not in favor of the township selling that piece of land for $1,500. And as I was hoping to show earlier, I see no benefit, and the applicant sitting next to me has mentioned that he has no plans to develop it or do anything with it other than cut the grass. So what is the point of selling that piece of land and avoiding or eliminating the opportunity of the township in the future as the township grows to make full use of that particular property for the benefit of the entire community?
Clarification if it pleases you. So you have no objection to the sale of part two. It's the part one that's the issue for you. And I understand your reasoning. I just want to make sure I'm correct on that.
No objection to part two, with the exception of that unfortunate part of the drawing there that Mr. Cooper identified, where there's an encroachment on that 66-foot roadway. I don't think that's a showstopper, but it would sure be nice to have that entire roadway so that we're not encumbering town staff when they go about doing the things that we decided they need to do.
Thank you. And aside from my also comment observation about the high water mark, again, I'll ask Brad, if we're dealing with the 2020 situation again, how does township equipment get access to a fire down on that shoreline if it's flooded out?
To the mayor, I'm the wrong person. That's the fire department. I hate to speculate for them. I just get myself in trouble. Tony.
Well, I think it's important to note that if the shore road allowance were sold, that lane would continue to exist, and that fire trucks have been known to go down private lanes to reach the fire.
You mean Sunset behind?
No, I mean Hunter Lane.
Yeah, but the question is, if we sell it, that's one thing, that's fine. I understand access is still there. But if the lane doesn't exist because it's underwater, then that becomes another problem altogether.
And that would be the applicant's problem. If their driveway is underwater, that's their problem at that point. Yeah. All right, let's keep moving on this, please. Counselor Hazelton.
So, one of the things that we have, learned over the last year, predominantly from our clerks department, is that, if people have a dock and they want to rebuild the dock, they need to own their shore road allowance. If they have anything in that shore area, they need to own it. Looks to me like, 15 Hunter Lane, the building is mostly on that road allowance. And I would think that certainly if I were to be asked about that from an ownership standpoint, I would be telling the applicant that they need to own that ASAP, financing, etc. That should be always, they need to own the land under their building. And from that standpoint, I think there's an extremely high motivator to look at that and say, all we're really doing here is we're enabling them to own the land under their building. We're not asking them to move their building. With a similar kind of sentiment for 21, I mean, I think given that 27 has solved their access issues, I'd say if those at 15 and 21 are willing to live with the fact that their road may be washed out in high water. I think for me, the real governing issue is they need to own the land under their building, and they need to be able to access the water and maintain a dock. And owning the shore road allowance is one of the key strategies for that. So I just offer that as comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to echo what Councillor Hazelton stated, maybe perhaps not in his exact words, but I do agree. And the fact that Mr. Hill today confirmed that everyone else on the road owns their shore road allowance, I just can't see or justify a reason why not to offer this back to the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to read the motion. I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council passed the closing bylaw 2023-056 to stop up, close, and convey part of the original shore road allowance in front of lot 32, concession 6, and part of the original shore road allowance in front of the original road allowance between concession 6 and 7, designated as Part 1, Plan 35R-27088 for 15 Hunter Lane, and part of the original shore road allowance in front of lot 32, concession 6, and part of the original shore road allowance in front of the original shore road allowance between concession 6 and 7, designated as Part 2, Plan 35R-27088 for 21 Hunter Lane, for the purchase price of $3,988 plus HST. And that council passed a deeming bylaw 2023-057 to deem part of Plan M228 in the former township of Freeman, now in the township of Georgian Bay, 178 Stewart Lake Road, not to be a registered plan of subdivision for the purpose of the Planning Act of 1990. Yeah.
This is not free. This is not.
Yeah, so this, I think you're absolutely right, because I'm looking at it thinking, yeah. Yes, we got that.
15 and 21 to no longer be a registered plan of subdivision for purposes of the plan. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to record a vote.
Certainly. But we're gonna have to get this motion corrected before we do that, yeah.
Very much you said.
Yep.
Your worship, may I ask you a question while you're deliberating that?
You may.
I don't understand why we have two applications molded together. You know, the conditions on part one are completely distinct from part two, and yet from what I can see, you're gonna ask for a vote that covers both. And, you know, in the case of the presentation, I mean, you know, we are not in favor of part one, but we have no objection other than that minor one to part two. So when you say yes, is it for everything or, you know?
If I call the vote on this, then it would be for both parts together. Yes. Okay, thank you. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't find that to be reasonable.
Vote check.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. In watching today's proceedings and the body language of the applicants, when Mr. Hill made mention of the line and altering that line, it was almost a look of shock that they hadn't spoken about that. So I'm wondering if there's a flavor for council to pass part one and make a deference on, I'm sorry, pass part two and defer part one and give the neighbors here the ability to go back and see if there's a mutual agreement they can come forward with on part two, you know, in 30 or 60 days. Because I think part one for the most part, or part two for the most part, all parties agree that that can be sold, but part one, there's still some issues, and I think they can be worked out. So I would be willing to defer the part one and move forward on part two, if that's the flavor of council. Thank you.
Councilor Jarvis.
Thank you. Just for clarification, to the planner and to the property owners, in the part one of the survey, the 1-story frame building, that's the building you would be proposing to tear down if you were. So that building is not occupied, not used. So I thought, okay, thank you.
Used by the former, it was a relative of the former owner of that lot. And we used to all come along and cut the lot in front of it, maintain it, his front lot.
Right. And that effectively becomes an area for snow placement or whatever, should we come to some other agreement other than what we're looking at here.
All right, if I'm gonna separate the two, I'm gonna separate this into two motions. The first motion will be with regarding part two and the subdivision deeming bylaw, and the second motion will be in regards to part one. Councillor Cooper, would you want recorded votes in both motions? Okay, and Councillor Graziano.
Yeah, just a point of clarity. Again, if I can, just to confirm, the structure that was discussed today with respect to being torn down, the old building, that is on part one.
Yes.
And not on part two. The concern that I have with that then is there's a clear appetite from their neighbor to have that destroyed and removed from the property, whereas perhaps the homeowner currently does not, or the applicant does not want to have that torn down. And to Mr. Bocek's comments, I wonder whether or not that would be held as perhaps leverage if in the event that it came back to council at a later point, you know, with respect to the possibility of them finding an amicable solution. So I'm concerned that that could be a contentious issue. Thank you.
Your worship, if I may interrupt again, Mr. Clark or the clerks and everyone in the community is unanimously agreed that that old building is gotta go. There's no confusion there. That's not the issue at all.
Okay, but yeah, Mr. Hill, I will admit to all of you, we've taken over an hour. Let's get the motions. They've been asked to separate them. We're gonna have two motions. But I appreciate the clarification that the rundown building that everybody agrees should be torn down is on part one. Okay, so the first motion that I'm gonna read is in regard to part two. Part two. So I've moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council passed closing bylaw 2023-056 to stop up, close, and convey part of the original Shore Road allowance in front of lot 32, concession 6, and part of the original Shore Road allowance in front of the original road allowance concession 6 and 7, designated as part 2, plan 35R-27088 for 21 Hunter Lane for the purchase price, and we'll have to calculate what it is. It'll be somewhat less than $4,000. I'm going to say 3 roughly. And the council passed the deeming bylaw 2023-057 to deem part of Plan M89, now in the township of Georgian Bay, the district of municipality of Muskoka. Not to be registered plan of subdivision for the purpose of the Planning Act 1990. Everybody clear? And Councillor Cooper's asked for a recorded vote.
Let the record show that Councillor Cooper has requested a recorded vote. Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bocheck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Now, moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Cooper, be it resolved that council passed the closing bylaw 2023-058 to stop up and close and convey part of the original Shore Road allowance in front of lot 32, concession 6, and part of the original Shore Road allowance in front of the original road allowance between concession 6 and 7, designated as part 1 on plan 35R-27088 for 15 Hunter Lane. And Councillor Cooper has asked for a recorded vote on this as well, please.
Let the record show Councillor Cooper has requested a recorded vote. Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Confused.
That doesn't count.
I know. May I ask a question for clarification, if you don't mind? If we vote no, then this thing is closed. Is that correct? There's no further issue on this?
They could bring it back.
No. Will be my response.
Just for clarification, Councillor Jarvis voted no. Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bocheck, how do you vote?
No.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion carries.
I apologize, I had my mic off. Thank you very much again. And now we move on to Shore Road application R22-11 for 27 Hunter Lane, which is immediately to the west.
Okay, Okay, this is R 14-11, 27 Hunter Lane. The shore road allowance has been requested by the applicants to allow for future development. The shore road allowance for part one is 663.5 square meters at a cost of $12 per square meter for a purchase price of $7,962 plus HST. The property is zoned shoreline residential type 1, and there are no open building permits on file. I will note this application was received on November 4th, 2022. We have a location map of the subject lands, as well as an aerial view. And the draft plan, you'll see part of their existing cottage is located on part one of the shore road allowance. And I don't know what just happened there. There we go. And this is just the registered plan. The applicant here is in the meeting currently. So if you have any questions for Mr. Graham, you can ask away. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Graham, do you have any additional comments that you'd like to make with regards to this application?
The fact is that we applied for this a long time ago before this November. The reason I withdrew the application at that time, there didn't seem to be any resolution on the shoreline allowance road. I originally wanted to buy the shoreline allowance road so that we could negotiate an easement with the parties involved so that the shoreline access to our property would be continuous. That didn't seem to bear any fruit. I withdrew the application at that point because having the shoreline at that point was to no avail. But I found this November that it was necessary. Future considerations for our property, my son wanting it in the future and the like, will require us to have building permits and the like. That is why the application was resubmitted. I just thought that should be there for the record.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this application? And again, if you're online, please raise your hand electronically. Mr. Hill.
Yes, I'm quite familiar with the proceedings, and I can assure you, as Mr. Graham just indicated, he's been a part of this whole negotiation since 2014 when it started. I won't go into the details as to how his protest was handled, but the end result here, if you look at the two applications, is we are in favor of Mr. Graham buying his shore road allowance, but I don't think it's fair that the township wants to charge him $12 per square meter, whereas the previous application, same time, same place, same instance is being offered sale for $4 per square. So I think it would only be fair and fitting on behalf of the township.
But I believe we heard Mr. Graham say he withdrew his original application.
Would it be appropriate for me to explain the circumstances?
No,
under
let's not go down that road.
Okay, then would the council, planning
No.
council consider an adjustment to the price in the benefit of fairness, being as we're looking at
It has been confirmed that Mr. Graham actually never formally applied originally. He inquired, but did not formally apply.
with respect, your worship, that's a technical issue.
It is, and it's an important technical issue. And if
If I may speak up, I did formally apply. I put in the money, put in the checks, and they were cashed. I withdrew the application, as I told you, that an easement was not going to be possible.
And your fees were refunded at that time?
Yes, they were.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other members of the public with any input? Seeing none, I will now turn it over to council. Council. Anyone wish to discuss this matter one way or another? Seeing no hand, oh, sorry, they're going back straight. Councilor Cooper, please.
This may be a recurring theme, but the measurement on this survey gives a shoreline measurement, but I don't know what it means. There's no indication whether it's high water, current water's edge. I suspect it's current water's edge, but there's nothing on the survey to indicate what the water level was at 2020. you can say that it doesn't have any bearing on it. I happen to think it does. So I'd like to know where that is and why we're not showing the high water mark. Could I have an answer to that, please? Thank you.
On behalf of the Clerks Department, as they mentioned in prior application, the high water mark is not required for shore road allowance applications. and-
Without that indication, I cannot support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Jarvis.
Yeah, just apropos of Councillor Cooper's comments, it says here that in the report highlights that the SRA purchase has been requested by the applicants to allow for future development. I can't see how there can be any future development on that SRA. Can the planning department give me an opinion based on what we're looking at in the survey?
Through your worship to Councillor Jarvis, in terms of future development, if he was to tear that existing cottage down because part of it is encroaching on the shore road allowance, this would allow him to rebuild in the exact same location.
And it's quite possible the planning department would require the high water mark to be indicated on plans at that time.
Yeah, okay. And then one further point of clarification, it was Mr. Graham who has access off Sunset Lane, correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Comments? I am moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that council passed a closing bylaw 2023-058 to stop up, close, and convey part of the original 66-foot shore road allowance line in front of lot 32, concession 6, designated as part 1 on plan 35R-27001, formerly the township of Baxter, now in the township of Georgian Bay, the district municipality of Muskoka, for 27 Hunter Lane for the purchase price of $7,962 plus HST. And the council passed a deeming bylaw 2023-059. These numbers,
Oh, now the numbers are all.
that should be, the first one should be 059 and 060, my apologies. For part of Plan M89 that now in the township of Georgian Bay, district municipality of Muskoka, not to be a registered plan of subdivision for the purpose of the Planning Act of 1990. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that is carried. Thank you. In our final shore road allowance application of this morning, R 22-10 for 20 Island 320 on Severn River. To our clerk's department, please.
All right, so the last application, like previously said, is R 22-10 for 20 Island 320 Severn River. The shore road allowance has been requested by the applicants to allow for future development. The shore road allowance for part 1 is 680 square meters at a cost of $12 per square meter for a purchase price of $8,160 plus HST. The property is zoned shoreline residential type 1, and there are no open building permits on file. The application was received on August 25th, 2022. We have a location map of the subject lands, as well as an aerial view. And the survey as well. And for part 1. So I'm just going to stop sharing my screen, and the applicants are here, so I'm just going to go over to the meeting.
Thing that I brought up about the boundaries has to be looked into too. Mhm, mhm.
Morning, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me. My name's Sean Harrison. I believe my wife Christy is here as well. She's in another computer in another area, so it's Possible she's still coming online.
I'm here. Hi.
There we go.
You have any additional comments you wish to make on this application?
Not at this time, no.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this application? Seeing no hands, I'm going to turn it over to council, and Councillor Bocheck, I see your hand raised.
Yes, and thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Perhaps my question is to the clerk or to the planning department. And it's not specific to this property, but why do we have a shore road allowance on an island? And why do we have to sell a shore road allowance on an island? In the past, we've seen many islands in Georgian Bay that don't have shore road allowances and on the inland lakes. And I'm just wondering if there's a reason there's a shore road allowance on this property.
Can you go back in time to the 1800s?
Okay,
Because somebody made that decision
it's not our.
before our lifetime,
Sure, okay, all right.
whether we like it or not.
I was wondering if the road allowance was instilled on this property by the township, but obviously it was a provincial or a federal mandate at that date.
Most road allowances were created in the late 1800s and then transferred to the townships. I think it was in 1971. So we did not create it.
Okay, I have no objection to this application. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, and just for clarification, if you owned property, an island or shoreline as well, not just islands, on Georgian Bay, prior to about 1900, you own the shore, there's no shore road allowance. I can show you lots of areas in Georgian Bay where the shoreline does not have shore road allowance, was never purchased. So just for clarification, on the inland lakes, however, because the land was identified later, much later, there are islands in some of the inland lakes that do have shore road allowance. I've studied it on GeoHub and I can verify that to be the case. So I just, to answer that question, I've looked into it fairly carefully. The fact that it has shore road allowance is basically a timing issue, and that's the only reason I'm not objecting to this, because interestingly, the high water mark does not affect this area. And that's a difference, and I would support it definitely. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I moved by Councillor Predko, second by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the council passed the closing bylaw 2023-061 to stop up, close, and convey part of the original shore road allowance line in front of lot 30, concession 10, designated as part 2, 3, 4 on plan 35R-27054 and part of lot 30, concession 10, shown as road allowance on plan M3326, designated as part 1, plan 35R-27054. Formerly Gibson, now in the township of Georgian Bay, the district municipality of Muskoka, for 20 Island 320 Severn River, for the purchase price of $8,160 plus HST. And the council passed a deeming bylaw 2023-62, part of plan M534, now in the township of Georgian Bay, the district municipality of Muskoka, not be a registered plat of subdivision for the purpose of Planning Act of 1990. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right. Now we move on to the Planning Act public meetings portion of our meeting. This way, move back. This morning, there is a public meeting scheduled for 3 proposed zoning bylaw amendments and 2 official plan amendments. I'll briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. First, the clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meeting was circulated for the proposed amendments being considered. The clerk will also advise of the appeal procedures. Next, staff will advise of the purpose and effect of the bylaws and provide any other information that is relevant to the applications, and the clerk will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to provide comments on the amendments being considered. Please be respectful of time and be concise with your comments. All commentators are requested to state their name and address and sign in on the sheet provided if you're here in person. After the public discussion, the public meeting will be closed. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to section 34 of the Planning Act to deal with the following proposed amendments. Z 22-28 for 213 Duffys Lane. Z 23-06 for 253 South Bay Road. O22-01 and Z 22-06 for 434 South Bay Road. And O22-03 for 6 Mile Lake Ratepayers Alliance. To our clerk, please.
Notice of the public meeting was sent by first-class mail to the respective owners and assessed persons within 120 to 800 meters of the property subject to the proposed applications, and to those persons and agencies likely to have an interest in the applications. These notices were sent at least 30 days prior to this morning's meeting. Included in each notice was an explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposed applications and a key map showing the location of the properties or description of the lands to be affected by the proposed amendments. Other relevant information may have also been provided. These circulations were all provided in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Township of Georgian Bay Official Plan. Members of the public are advised at this point that unless they make an oral or written submission to council before council makes a decision on these applications, that any subsequent appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal may be dismissed by the tribunal. Anyone who wishes to be notified of council's decision respecting the proposed zoning bylaw amendments must submit a written request to the planning department.
All right, thank you. And our first application is for Z 22-28 for 213 Duffys Lane into our planning department. Mr. Smith, I believe you're taking this file.
Correct. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Council. The application is Z 2228 for Duffys Lane for the Ennis. The applicant is proposing an amendment to the bylaw to rezone a portion of the subject property from shoreline residential 5 to shoreline residential 5 with an exception, an environmental protection zone, an EP1, and an environmental protection type 1 zone exception. The proposed application fulfills the condition of a provisionally approved severance of B 22-22 that was heard by the Committee of Adjustment and approved with the condition that this zoning bylaw come before Planning Council. The application is to facilitate the creation of 2 new and 1 retained shoreline residential lots on Toronto Lake. And the application will rezone the land, so the one of the large lots would be in 1 zone, therefore avoiding split zoning. Site evaluation report and environmental impact study were submitted in support of the proposal, determined that lots could be created and developed and could proceed without negatively impacting natural heritage features, species at risk, or significant wildlife habitat subject to implementation of the recommendations. The recommendations in those studies have been incorporated into the site-specific exception zone, which is where you see the EP1 and the EP1 exception. And it would be further implemented through a consent agreement between the township and the owner, which is also a condition of their consent approval. The property, this is the entire property shown on Toronto Lake. Duffys Lane is a private laneway, therefore requiring various easements for people to access it. This is the consent sketch, which shows the proposed final lotting arrangement. So 1 large retained lot at the top, as I mentioned, is one of them, and then 2 separate lots on the bottom end. And you can see in this particular case, the yellow line being Duffys Lane that runs through the property, providing access. The lots cross over both sides of Duffys Lane because of the property shape to begin with. So easements and all the rest of it will not affect any of the existing owners and all the rest of it that have access to Duffys Lane. Those continue to be transferred under provincial law from one property owner to the next. So there's no changes in easement or access by other property owners. Severn Lot 1 is approximately 5 hectares and with the frontage as shown on your drawing. And the Severn Lot 2 is approximately the same also. The zoning bylaw sketch shown here shows the SR5 zones. Those square hatched areas and the dotted areas are what come out of the environmental impact study as being areas appropriate for development, which is why they end up in the SR5 exception zones. The EP1 zone is a continuation of existing. And the EP1, which is also going to be a special, shows two existing, proposed driveways, which are going to stay in an environmental protection zone, but recognize them only for use as a driveway. And we thought that was appropriate to just to make sure that we differentiated the driveway as just a driveway from the EP zones that are surrounding it and differentiated from the areas where buildings could be built in these particular 3 lots. The lands along the lake shore, the FH1, Fish Habitat 1, and the back EPW, those are not changing from the current existing zoning maps. Based on the review of the policy, staff recommend approval of the application on the basis the proposal is consistent with the PPS, conforms to the district and township official plans. Further, proposed zoning will fulfill the conditions of B22-22 and permit the future development of the proposed lots while respecting the natural heritage features and their functions. The future development of the lands may proceed pending council approval of this application. However, the development will be subject to all the remaining zoning provisions at the time of development when it comes about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To our clerk, any correspondence on file?
One letter of no objection was received from the District of Muskoka, provided that the recommendations of the site evaluation report environmental impact assessment prepared for Asmuth Environmental Consulting dated December 2022, and any future peer review are implemented through appropriate development control techniques.
Thank you. Is the applicant or their agent present, and do they wish to add any comments?
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. My name is Patrick Towns. I'm from MHBC Planning. I'm here representing the Ennis family. Just in the interest of time, I did have a presentation prepared, but the slide up on the screen should do just fine for that.
Okay.
A bit of background. The family owns the property, 3 families. That's why the property was divided up into 3 separate lots. And through the consent application, which as mentioned was provisionally approved at the April Committee of Adjustment meeting, a zoning bylaw amendment was a condition of consent. So I will be brief on the basis that it's a condition of consent and there's no comments from members of the public here tonight. But if you could just fast forward to slide 4, please, if that's okay.
That's a
1 more, please. Thank you. So the purpose and the effect of the amendment is to essentially zone the building envelopes. The principal dwelling has to be 30 meters back from the shoreline. That's a requirement of the SR5 zone. And the remaining areas are for shoreline, common shoreline structures like sheds and such. And then staff thought it appropriate to actually zone the driveways. So as per recommendations in the EIS and the site evaluation report, the zoning before you covers those recommendations. So really in the effect of this, the majority of the property is being protected when now the whole property could be developed, obviously not with 3 houses, but certain areas of the property are protected in terms of the wetlands, wetland buffers, and fish habitat. So that's all been considered. Another important point is the EIS and site evaluation report were peer reviewed since the Committee of Adjustment meeting. Hutchison Environmental reviewed it on behalf of the township, that they agree with the findings of Asmuth, who the owners hired to complete the original EIS and SER. So in summary, we feel the proposal represents good planning. It satisfies the condition of consent. As mentioned, the consent agreement will still need to be entered into for other recommendations from both environmental consultants, but the zoning implements that decision and protects the majority of the property while allowing for 3 building envelopes. So welcome any questions you may have, but that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate your brevity. Are there any members of the public that wish to make any comment? I'm not seeing any hands raised at this point. Oh, sorry. Now I'm seeing a hand wave. Sir, if you could come forward and identify yourself, I apologize.
Good morning. My name is Ron Clark, or Clerk, as some people call me. I live across the lake from the Ennis property in the summertime. I was born and raised on Toronto Lake. I'll be 72 this year. I'm fully familiar with everything that's went on there for all these decades. The Ennis family has owned this property for several decades. And being their neighbor across the lake, I have found them to be very, very good cottagers, neighbors, and I have no doubt there will be nothing but positive consequences out of granting them their applications.
Thank you very much for your comments. Double checking that there's no other hands that I'm missing regardless of what wild waves. All right, with that, I'm going to turn it over to council, and I will start with Councillor Bochek, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm very appreciative of the comment that we just heard. I had been up to Gala Lake and Myers Lake and Toronto Lake, and I had trouble finding Toronto Lake, to tell you the truth. And wasn't sure there was any development that had ever occurred on that lake, let alone 72 years ago. So I'm very appreciative of the comments, and my question is now mute because it's been answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yes, just very quickly, looking at the earth view of this on Google, I noticed that there's significant vegetation right down to the shoreline. I presume that's something that would come back when there's any planning application for buildings coming forward. So it's not something that's of our concern right now.
The zoning bylaw is fully in effect in terms of the shoreline protection and all the rest of it. So we have that buffer required within the 20 meters. So existing vegetation, all the rest of it, we expect to, expect the property owners to abide by the bylaw requirements for that shoreline buffering where it exists already. And as Mr. Toles has mentioned already, the other provisions of the bylaw, setbacks, all the rest of it, none of that was waived. All we given them was a building envelope on the special, and the remainder of the township's protections for new construction and all the rest of it apply in this particular case, as opposed to, say, existing buildings, as we know we deal a lot with.
Okay. One other point of clarification, we've acknowledged the access points, the driveways to those 3 lots are a part of this approval as well. Is there any restriction down the road on further applications, for instance, for widening the drive or putting in garages or anything like that along that driveway?
Right. So we did provide, I think, so the driveway location was part of the EIS review, where they went to look to see how can this work.
Yeah.
And that's why they're a little funky when you take a look at it. They actually one driveway crosses the other property in order to get to a building envelope. So we've had to deal with that. So we've been cognizant of that, of providing enough width within that from the EIS to hopefully meet that. And there's, I would say, a degree of flexibility, because we still need to make sure that when they're on the ground and flags are on the ground from the biologist about where things are.
Sure.
Okay, so we have a good idea, okay, of where things are supposed to go. It's going to be that going forward, and some, I think, a little bit of flexibility in terms of how wide it is on the zoning. It's not going to be certainly not a 4-lane highway. Yeah.
So once the driveways have been fully established, is there the possibility of a further request for further development along those drives? For instance, a garage or whatever.
Right, so the building envelopes themselves and the closer to the lake are the only building envelopes. So garages, bunkies, sleeping cabins, whatever they're allowed within the zoning would be only within those locations. As Patrick pointed out, the vast majority of the property is in an EP or an EP special.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thanks for the report, David. I just wondered if we could take a look at the map that showed the building envelope around the lake. I just had a quick question about that building envelope. So the building envelope is showing here as sort of a yellowy orange horizontal stripe. And my question was, I don't have any dimension on that. You may have detailed it, but I'm just curious. In other words, one could build in that striped zone, a cottage or whatever. But how wide is it? What's the dimension? I'm curious. Maybe I missed something, but
So you're looking at the consent sketch. There is a scale in the bottom right-hand corner. These properties is kind of not tough to look at, but a little deceptive. Properties are big. So the scale in the bottom right-hand corner of this particular drawing, which you have in your package, will give you an idea of how large these building envelopes are. And when they were taking a look at between the Ennis and with MHBC and the biologist, there was more than enough room, I guess you could say, to deal with an appropriate sized cottage and those buildings that came along with it and still respect the setbacks required in the bylaw. So it is deceptive, like, other than me zooming in and giving you a, Patrick, do you have any,
Yes, thank you. Through your worship. Good question. Typically, we don't see specific measurements in bylaw schedules or whatever's implemented in the bylaw. It would be handy. But perhaps in this case, the Ennises have to enter into a consent agreement regardless. There are some measurements in some of the drawings that were prepared for the EIS and things like that. So I think maybe the point of the question is, how do we ensure these envelopes are being built within in the future, or providing knowledge to future buyers or the current owners of where you can build. So I think that can be more accomplished in the consent agreement by applying some measurements in terms of the drawings that are registered on title. And that also makes it easier for staff to review that at the building permit stage. But yeah, obviously the envelopes are uniquely shaped, and that's just as a result of the wetlands on the property and associated buffers. But perhaps there could be opportunity to add more measurements through the consent agreement on those types of drawings rather than the zoning bylaw schedule.
follow up, if I may, just, I'm still trying to sort of get it, sorry for being dense, but so if we go to lot, I guess it's number 1, an area of 5.5 hectares. And we see this orange stripe, and I look at the meters down below. At the narrowest point, it might be 30 or 40 meters. Would that be about right, that building envelope?
Through your worship, that's correct. The one, I guess the easier way, where the bubble on the middle lot essentially starts is 30 meters back from the shoreline. So that's the minimum setback for the principal dwelling, the dwelling on the property. Obviously, the envelope's meant for smaller sheds and like that. But the easiest way maybe to describe it is the general buffer along the shoreline is 30 meters to provide some scale.
So just for my edification, so there's enough land here, even though it looks fairly narrow, there's plenty of land to do a proper setback of at least 20 meters for a building, and 30 meters for a septic system.
You're correct. And again, through your worship, when we looked at the building envelopes, we checked the sizes in terms of common septic system, common cottage layout that the owners would want, and there is enough room.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other inquiries, questions, comments? Seeing none, I just want to make an additional comment, as I was quite impressed by how thorough the studies that were done on this property. Certainly judging by the pictures, it's a fascinating property with a wide range of wetlands and bush and all that, that it must be, if not a little buggy, a wonderful property to enjoy. I really do appreciate all the work that's been gone into trying to protect the great majority of property from development. I think that's admirable. I have moved by Councillor Bocheck, second by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved the council enact bylaw 2023-063, being a zoning bylaw amendment, Z 22-28, to zoning bylaw 2014-75, to rezone the subject property from shoreline residential type 5 or SR5 zone to shoreline residential type 5 exception. We don't have the final exception number, but exception zone, and an environmental protection type 1, EP1, and an environmental protection type 1 exception zone, to fulfill a condition of B 22-22 and to facilitate the future development of the subject lands. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was about to suggest that. It's now 8 minutes to 11. I'm going to suggest that we take a bio break or what have you and reconvene at 11:05 we did our best to be sharp and, within 1 minute, so that's not too bad for this council, I want to tell you, or this mayor for that matter. Next on our list. Zoning bylaw amendment application Z 2306 in regards to 253 South Bay Road. Oh, and I've lost it, so I don't know which planner it is for this. Is that Mr. Smith?
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, Council, as you mentioned, Z 2306 253 South Bay Road for Mr. Remazki. The purpose of the application is rezone the property from an RU zone and environmental protection wetland zone to an RU special over part 1 regarding use, plus an RU special over part 2 regarding use, lot area, and existing buildings. We are going to continue the environmental protection wetland zones, and we're also going to add a new environmental protection special zones, creating a 30-meter buffer. So I'm going to take a look at some of the pictures here before we go, just to give us a sense of where we are. Property is here on the corner, okay? Part 1 is this larger piece. See the purple on the outline of the larger piece, and then the yellowish gold here in the corner on that side. So part 1 and part 2, this is the severance between the part 1 and the part 2. You can see the EPW wetlands, environmental protection wetlands, already existing on the property. And those are the locations, upper right-hand corner. And South Bay Road, in this particular case, was one of the impetus for this application to begin with. South Bay Road is a district roadway. It unfortunately for years has not been in the road allowance that belongs to the district. So as part of the discussion with Mr. Remazki and all the rest of it was the ability to recognize the existing deviation road in its current location so that the district can actually own the right-of-way location. This is the draft survey provided, part 2, and down here in the bottom corner, and then the remainder of the property, part 1. And you can see the district roadway here on the right-hand side. You can see that it veers over onto the property, then veers back. And the reason it did that is because of rock outcrops and things like that in the past where we made life simple and we went around things. So, and we ended up with this, good or bad. Okay. The one of the interesting things, and it's popping up more and more frequently, this is the district's fire hazard mapping from 2021. It's probably very timely in some respects that we talk about changes in our environment and changes in our woodlands and so on and so forth, which drives some of the determinations of what we call a high or a moderate to wildland fire hazard mapping. The mapping you can see is in a block. It doesn't respect necessarily the outlines of a forest area or a tree area and all the rest of it. And that is the reason why is from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, they use computer programs that help them with all the work that's done. And this mapping comes from them in terms of pixelated sizes and area blocks, as opposed to somebody sitting down with a pen and an air photo and delineating particular areas. So part of this property has a high fire rating on it. That's overlaying here roughly in terms of where it is sits on the property in terms of tree cover in this particular location. The majority of the existing buildings and structures you can see here closer to the roadway is within the moderate, within the high. Remainder is within the moderate. The draft zoning bylaw we're proposing, this is the schedule for it. So you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, the one part, which is where the existing buildings and structures are, and then the new lot surrounding it. The gray hatched area is a buffer area that was put on the environmental protection wetland. In this particular application, we did not ask for an environmental impact study. What we asked for instead was these areas to be buffered so that in the future, if there's any desire to build close to the EPW, that the EIS would be required at that time. Otherwise, there is sufficient building area outside of the setback areas for housing. The other special that goes along with this is this RU-XX-H. And that is because of the fire hazard rating on part of the property. And we have requested on from the township perspective before the holding comes off, that they do a fire safety evaluation on the property or on the buildings. And that's included in your package as an example of what would be submitted in this particular case. The effect of the application is to satisfy some of the conditions associated with the decision to grant the severance for B 22-19. District of Muskoka Road 48, South Bay Road, as I mentioned, has deviated onto the applicant's property for many years. As part of the severance, the applicant and the district have agreed to transfer the land. Requirements for the EIS, as I mentioned, has been waived. There's no development proposed in the lands adjacent to the EPWs on the property. And the site survey showing building locations was also waived. Considering the applicant worked with the district and township for many months, B 22-19 was made and it was submitted in July of 2022. They were not informed that an Ontario land surveyor needed to include building locations at that time. Sending them back out and all the work that Mr. Remazki has done with the district to try and satisfy their requirements. We thought that having to re-engage and pay for an OLS to go back out again to revisit the property wasn't a great idea overall. From our available information, we're pretty much satisfied that all the buildings that exist are going to be set back from the property lines a sufficient distance. Based on the review of the relevant policies, the provincial policy statement, the District of Muskoka official plan, the township official plan, and the zoning bylaw, we recommend that the approval of the application based on the zoning bylaw before council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Ms. Way, any correspondence on file?
One letter of no objection was received from the District of Muskoka.
Thank you. Does the applicant wish to speak to this matter? Okay, that was easy. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this application? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised. That means it's council's turn. Are there any councillors who wish to speak to this application? Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, your worship. Just very briefly, this application did go through committee of adjustment. So we have, I guess, Councillor Jarvis and myself have had extra time looking at this. But Mr. Smith, for clarity today, the hold has been placed on part one, or the recommended hold is being placed on part one of the property, but not on part two for the fire hazard. Would it be appropriate to put a hold for the same reason on part one? I know that's where the dwellings are already in existence, but does it make a difference for us?
Right. We would not recommend it be placed on the existing dwellings and structures. That is a hardship I don't think is required in this particular case. When you take a look at the fire hazard, it also begins to take a look at suggested building materials for new house and all the rest of it, and it's not applicable, to the existing buildings and structures. Is something that a new build can take a look at in terms of, maybe a little bit more lawn area, house the trees a little further back, but the existing buildings and structures are probably not appropriate for this kind of hold.
All right, thank you.
Any other comments, council? Council Bocheck, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, to our planning department. Very detailed report. I think it was over 400 pages involved in it, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm just wondering if there was any implication that this was going to be used for anything other than residential. Is there any commercial inference to this? Was there any thought or anything mentioned about commercial development on that property?
The application was for a straight out RU zone.
RU, okay.
And that's exactly what they've received.
Okay.
I'm not seeing any other hands raised. So I'm going to read the motion. It was moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Bocheck. Be it resolved, the Council enact bylaw 2023-064 being a zoning bylaw amendment. Z23-06 for 253 South Bay Road to comprehensive zoning bylaw number 2014-75, thereby amending table 15.3 by adding a new RU zone exception zone over part one as described below. And table 15.3 adding a new RU zone exception over part 2. And table 17.7 by adding a new EPW exception zone with a 30-meter buffer around all existing EPW zones located in parts 1 and 2, prohibiting any future development. And table 18.1 by adding a new hold provision to the RU zone exception over part 1, requiring submission of a Fire Smart Canada's Fire Smart Home Ignition Assessment Scorecard, achieving a target hazard level of moderate or better before an application under the Ontario Building Code may be accepted or approved. And map number 128 to show the new zones proposed by this application. And attached to it, of course, is a table of all the changes that we've just read. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. On to you, which means we're now down to official planning amendment application O22-1 and zoning bylaw amendment application Z22-06 for 434 South Bay Road. And yes, Councillor Jarvis, you are a little too interested in this file. So. Is Deb done anything for us before? And Ms. McCabe, I believe this is your first time presenting to council.
It is. Thank you, your worship and members of council.
Before you go ahead, I'm going to ask that either you or Mr. Smith do a very brief introduction, being, if I may, the new kid.
Thank you. My name's Deb McCabe. I've been with the township now just over 2 months. I come from the township of Remazki, where I have 20 years experience in the planning department there. I'm very excited to be here, and I'm really enjoying the type of planning in this area. And it's challenging, but it's a good challenging. So I appreciate that. And with that, I'll proceed if that's okay, your worship.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. These applications that are before you this morning, being O2201 and Z2206, have been before council previously. The original applications were received in July of 2022, and a public meeting was held on August 9th, 2022. No decision was made at that time, and council deferred the decision in order to receive and review comments on the revised environmental impact study, which was received, as well as an agreement by the District of Muskoka in relation to the lot frontages and driveway locations. And at that time, 4 new lots were being proposed, and there was 1 retained lot. As you can see on the screen, the property is part of Lot 30, Concession 10, formerly in the township of Baxter. It's located on the south side of South Bay Road, northeast of the Honey Harbor Core area, and in close proximity to South Bay Cove Marina. The property is comprised of 17.18 hectares with a frontage on South Bay Road of 489 meters. As stated previously, South Bay Road is a District of Muskoka road, and which is owned and maintained by them. The applications were amended after the environmental work came back. I will, sorry. I'm going to bring up the Severn sketch that was changed, if that's okay. Okay, at the time, like I stated, the original applications were for 4 lots plus 1 retained. After reviewing the submission with the District of Muskoka, as well as the environmental work that was done, the applications were amended with the intent of the official plan amendment to facilitate the creation of 3 new rural residential lots from the subject property, resulting in a total of 4. With reduced lot frontages, with a minimum lot frontage of 53.08 meters when 152 meters is required by the township official plan. This is only due to the fact of the location of the driveways, which was discussed with the District of Muskoka. The proposed amendment to the zoning bylaw is to permit and reduce lot areas for the newly created parcels with a minimum lot area of 2.09 hectares and reduced lot frontages being a minimum of 53.08 meters. The District of Muskoka Roads Department are working with the applicants to determine the best location for future entrances to the newly created parcels. The location of the driveway entrances must also consider the sensitive land features which have been identified in the environmental impact study, which was prepared by Mikulski, Nielsen and Associates. The District of Muskoka Planning Department have been involved in the process from the submission and indicated in their correspondence dated May 19th, 2023, that they are not opposed to the approval of the above noted applications to provide that the appropriate development control techniques are used to implement the recommendations in the environmental impact study. The proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment are coming forward and staff are recommending them for approval. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Victoria of Morgan Planning and Development, the agent for the owner, who is in attendance, and she'll provide any additional information or answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Deb, for that introduction. I'm not sure if staff is able to put up my slideshow for me. That would be great.
Before we go with that,
Yes, please.
our normal procedure is to let the clerk let us know if there's any correspondence. So just because I'm sitting beside her and her elbow, I thought we'd do that.
So one letter of correspondence was received from the Trillium Lakelands District School Board stating no comments. One letter of no objection was received from the District of Muskoka, provided that appropriate development control techniques are used to implement recommendations of the environmental impact study prepared by Mikulski, Nielsen Associates Limited, dated April 21st, 2022. 2 letters of objection were received from Megan White and Diane King, and 6 letters of support were received from Odo and Marilyn Herbatkowski, David Wingfielder, Morris King, Pamela and Jarrett McLaren, Stephanie Trinchky, and Patricia and Marie Sneeden.
Thank you. And now to the applicant or the applicant's agent, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, members of council, members of the public. Great to be here this morning. Again, for anyone who might not be aware, my name is Victoria Lemieux. I'm a registered professional planner with Morgan Planning and Development. I'm here well, I guess we're almost in the afternoon, on behalf of the owners of 434 South Bay Road in regards to these applications. Deb did a great overview of the changes that have occurred since this application previously came in front of council in August of last year. I will run through the slides. Anyways, I know we are a bit crunched for time today, but I believe it is important to demonstrate, especially to the councilors who were here last August, the changes that have occurred since before you are to make any decision. So if I could go to the next slide, that would be great. So as Deb reiterated in her opening comments, the subject property is located just to the east of the Honey Harbor downtown area, as I like to call it, and of course is located northwest essentially from where we're sitting today in the Port Severn settlement area. Next slide, please. So again, the property itself as a whole is known municipally as 434 South Bay Road within the Honey Harbor community. The property is currently vacant of any buildings or structures. And again, it is located along a District of Muskoka right-of-way, which is South Bay Road. Surrounding land uses, everyone here is quite familiar with the property, I'm sure, a mixture of shoreline residential, shoreline commercial, marine commercial, rural residential lands, et cetera, with Georgian Bay to the northwest. Next slide, please. Here's an aerial image of the subject property, again, reiterating that the properties are currently vacant, or the property is currently vacant, excuse me. And again, those surrounding lands, mixture of marine commercial, shoreline residential, and rural residential. Next slide, please. So here we have images demonstrating the existing official plan official plan designation and the existing zoning on the subject property. So in both documents, the property is considered rural. Specifically in the zoning bylaw, there are additional EPPSW, provincially significant wetland, and EPW, other wetland zoning in those small green bubbles that you see on the screen. Next slide, please. So again, to reiterate some of the history that Deb provided an overview of, these applications did come in front of council for consideration back on August 9th of 2022. We did have a public hearing. I believe that the majority of council was there, which is great. And you might recall that we were at that time requesting 4 severed lots, resulting in a total of 5 lots. We felt that it was a great public meeting. We got some fantastic feedback from members of council, which we appreciated. But at that time, as Deb mentioned, we were essentially roadblocked with comments that were provided from the district's engineering and public works staff regarding the minimum lot frontages that we were requesting, even though at that time we had received conditional entrance permits from the district. So unfortunately, there was a bit of a communication disconnect at the district level, which I don't think any of us here are surprised at that. So we ended up going back to the drawing board. We worked extensively with both planning staff here at the township, as well as planning and engineering staff of the district to come up with an amended plan by way of deleting one of the proposed lots, resulting in 3 lots. So essentially that got us above the threshold of comfort that the district was able to then support the minimum lot frontages for the severed lots of 125 meters each lot. So next slide, please. And to reiterate again, especially for members of council who were not present for that public meeting back in August. These applications, I believe it's been over 2 years now since we've begun this process, and extensive work has gone into the consideration of this lot creation, including a hydrogeological report, which of course reviewed the soil conditions of the property to make sure that, you know, water quantity and quality were available so that the proposed severed lots could have appropriate septic and water systems built, as well as an environmental impact study that Deb mentioned was provided, and that has gone through the peer review process through the township as well. Next slide, please. So again, to reiterate, this was the previous concept severance sketch that was in front of council back in August. Again, we had 4 lots proposed at that time, with 4 entrances that are shown on this plan that were conditionally approved at that time by the district. But again, the unfortunate miscommunication from the different departments. In the plan that you see here, again, similar to another file that we heard earlier today, this property is quite large. So even though the district was unsatisfied with the lot frontages at the time, even our previous plans still provided 255 feet of minimum frontage per lot, which I think for the majority of people here today would consider that to be relatively reasonable for a rural residential lot. Next slide, please. Actually, we can go 2 slides forward. I spoke too quick on that one. Thanks, Deb. So now looking at the revised severance sketch, again, to reiterate, we eliminated one of the severed lots, and in doing so, we've now resulted in a minimum lot frontage for the severed lots, which are the 3 light yellow on your screen here, of 125 meters per lot. So that is essentially boosting us up to 410 feet per severed lot that would result a minimum of. As well, we now are above 2 hectares per lot for the severed lots. So overall, unfortunately, John and Kim did have to lose one of their lots from their original proposal. But again, in an effort to consider the township's requirements, the district's requirements, we feel that this revised plan in front of council is reasonable. I also wanted to reiterate, especially for members of the public who might be watching, those red outline areas that you see throughout the sketch, those are areas that were identified through the environmental impact study, but those also include the appropriate buffer areas. So those red bubbles that you see are not the feature itself. It also includes required buffering areas. Just wanted to make sure that was clarified. As well, the dotted lines around each lot show the minimum setback requirements. So as you can see, you know, the minimum rear yard setback, front yard setback, side yard setbacks, we're dealing with quite large lots here, and obtaining reasonable developable area is of course no concern, as you can see from the sketch on the screen. We could go to the next slide, please. One more item I wanted to point out, especially for council's consideration. So the applications in front of you this morning ask for a minimum lot frontage of, I believe it's 53 meters, what was in the staff report. And that really only applies to that darker yellow area in the south. So what that's doing, the applications that are in front of you specifically state that only 3 severed lots can occur. However, it is going to give us some flexibility in finalizing our driveway locations with the district to either have the lot line, you know, perched to the side as it is, or that dash line coming up forward. So we're still in that midst of trying to finalize really what is the driveway location that's going to have the least amount of impact from a construction standpoint of getting that through. So I wanted to reiterate the minimum lot frontage that is in the actual submissions for the severed lots is at least 125 meters. We will have to be at least 125 meters for those severed lots to get driveways. But again, wanted to reiterate that 53 meters only is for the retained lot. So next slide, please. On the screen is the actual language of the official plan amendment itself, a portion of it anyways, that we worked with both township staff and also district staff. They have seen the wording of our official plan amendment to ensure that they were okay with our approach. And again, just to reiterate to council, the result of the official plan amendment in front of you today would essentially allow us to proceed for lot creation for a maximum of 3 lots, as you saw on the previous slide. And also I wanted to note out that the end portion of the wording on here, and I know it's a lot, but I'm sure you reviewed it in your packages before the meeting. This special policy is very explicit that it states that this has absolutely no deletions or modifications proposed to any existing appendix of your official plan. Specifically Appendix 4 and Appendix 6 are the wetland appendices. So we're very explicit in the language here to ensure that whether it's current staff, whether it's future staff, whoever is going to be looking at this official plan amendment explicitly knows that this application is not intended to remove any type of environmental features and ensure that protection of any future development. Next slide, please. So the bylaw amendment itself, which Deb provided an overview again, that zones in more on the specific lot area of a minimum of 2.09 hectares for the severed lots, as well as the reduced frontage along the district Class B road. And then if we could go to the next slide. So this is the zoning bylaw amendment schedule that's in front of council for consideration as part of the bylaw that we're requesting to be passed. I wanted to outline, so the blobs, I can only call them blobs at this point. The white blobs are the blobs that currently exist in your zoning bylaw. We are not asking to, again, modify or delete the existing zones. The dark gray blobs are areas that were identified through the environmental impact statement, or sorry, environmental impact study that we are choosing to add additional environmental protection zoning in those areas as they were identified to have potential future significance. They are rock barren areas. So again, protecting for any future snakes or anything like that that might come up as we see on pretty much every property in this area. So wanted to reiterate that also the zoning bylaw amendment that we've proposed is also looking to ensure the protection of all those features that were found on site through that process. Next slide, please. So this was the previous zoning matrix schedule that was in front of council back in August. Again, reiterating outlined in red, the smallest lot that we previously brought in front of council was 1.3 hectares of area and 75 meters of frontage. And then if we go to the next slide, again, visually wanted to reiterate that now the smallest lot that can occur, or lot creation that can occur, pardon me, would be a minimum of 2.09 hectares in total lot area, which for reference is 4.9 acres, if that helps anyone who prefers acres, and 125 meters of lot frontage, which equates to about 410 feet of frontage. Next slide, please. So here is an image of the subject property, essentially standing on Birch Acres, which is just north of the property, which goes further to some shoreline residential lots that the owners themselves actually reside off of. So as you can see, looking at this property, this would essentially be, and pardon me if John might be able to confirm, I believe this is essentially where the proposed lot B area would be from a visual perspective. So if we go to the next slide, here we'd be looking, so on the left side of the road of South Bay Road, that's the subject property. And then on the right side beyond those trees and the marshy area would be Georgian Bay itself. So in this slide, we'd be looking west. And then the next slide, again, looking towards the north here with the subject property in behind the photo, looking towards Georgian Bay. And then the next slide, the last photo, provides, so in this photo, we'd be looking essentially north. So the subject property is on the right side of your screen, and this is essentially where the retained lot entrance would be located. And then on the right side, of course, would be that area going towards Georgian Bay. And then final slide, next slide, thank you. In summary, I wanted to reiterate that essentially the effect of the applications in front of you this afternoon would allow our applicants to proceed in facilitating a maximum of 3 severed lots from this subject property. It's our opinion, Morgan Planning and Development and myself as a registered professional planner, that these applications are consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the provincial policy statement. It's also my opinion that the applications do conform with the general intent and purpose of the District of Muskoka official plan. In order to ensure also that these applications, even though we are asking for an official plan amendment, still considering and respecting the goals and objectives of your official plan as the township. We do believe that throughout the last 2+ years, that we really have dug into those checks and balances that the goals and objectives of your plan really seek to try and protect, which of course is one, the environment above all else, and also ensuring that safe and appropriate individual septic and well systems can be accommodated. And we did that through supportive reports, including hydrogeological and environmental impact studies. Additionally, conditional entrance permits previously were issued for this property. So through that, we know that there is a vehicular safety aspect that has been addressed. We are finalizing the final locations, but we are confident that we will obtain those final permits. And of course, those would be a condition of the consents themselves once they go forward to the Committee of Adjustment. We believe that the proposed lot fabric creates large enough rural residential parcels to complement the surrounding area, including both shoreline and rural residential areas and commercial lands. As many of you are aware, this property is less than a 10-minute drive to downtown Honey Harbor and less than a 5-minute drive to even get on the 400, which is fantastic. And overall, we believe this lot creation will also support township, you as council, providing additional permanent residential opportunities in your township to, further benefit the community as a whole, and of course, economically also benefit your tax revenue base. So that being said, I know that was a lot of information thrown at council. If you have any questions for myself or the owners, please feel free. And again, thank you very much for your time, and thank you to staff for all of their work so far on the applications.
Thank you very much. Appreciate all the information. And next, I'm going to see if there are any members of the public in house or online who would like to speak to this matter. Not seeing any hands raised there. And I'm not seeing any hands raised amongst our online attendees. For that, okay, I will now turn it over to council and ask council if any councillor would like to talk to this matter. And I'm not seeing any hands raised amongst council either. I'm going to have to argue that Ms. Lemieux, you must have been persuasive. Or not, or maybe
Just
they're all in the
confused
days.
everybody, yeah.
Well, fine. I'll read the motion and we'll see what happens. I moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council enacts bylaw 2023-065 for an amendment to the official plan to permit reduced lot frontages for 3 lots created by consent. And that council enacts bylaw 2023-066 being a part of the zoning bylaw amendment Z 2206 to permit an exception to the rural RU zone, allowing a reduced lot frontages for the newly created lots and the retained parcel, and a reduction in the minimum lot area required, and to rezone a portion of the land from rural to environmental protection type 2, which includes the required buffer areas. All those in favor? And that is carried.
Thank you very much.
I'm willing to bet the next one won't go quite as quickly.
Thanks,
Thank you. There might be more discussion than our last one. So now we're going to go to the official plan amendment application 022-033 for 6 Mile Lake Ratepayers Alliance. We're about an hour behind where I'd hoped we were going to be with this, but so be it. And this will start with our planner, Mr. Remazki, to speak to this matter. And then we'll go to, yes, okay.
Excuse me, point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Certainly.
Would we be able to announce to anybody in the gallery that everyone is in here? Thank you.
All right. So. Mr. Kratky, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor Listener. If it pleases the chair, I will share my screen. I apologize. I dropped something along the way here.
We do want you to have your notes.
I apologize for the delay. Your worship, counselors, and everyone in attendance. On September 8th, 2022, Stefan Zerbeck of Planscape Inc., as agent for the 6 Mile Lake Ratepayers Alliance, applied under Section 22 of the Planning Act to amend the official plan for the Township of Georgian Bay by deleting the size of dwelling policy limits regarding gross floor area, height, and width of dwellings on lands designated waterfront in the 6 Mile Lake Inland Waterfront Community. Schedule F to the township's official plan is on screen and shows the location of those lands. The size of dwelling policies are unchanged since they were adopted in 1998. Active debate about those policies started in 2014 and continues to this day. In 2019, the 6 Mile Lake Ratepayers Alliance and the 6 Mile Lake Cottagers Association, with support from the township, conducted a public opinion survey, but they do not agree upon how it is to be interpreted. I agree with the Cottagers Association interpretation that 64% of respondents support retaining the size of dwelling policies in subsection F.5.9.7.3 of the township's official plan. But 36% would like the maximum limits modified in some manner. During the fall of 2022, the 02203 6 Mile Lake Ratepayers Alliance application was put on hold while the agent considered changes to the Planning Act. The application was resumed in the winter of 2023. On April 4th, 2023, the agent finished a resubmission of the application. On April 17th, 2023, I deemed the application complete and set today's public meeting. The application is made under Section 22 of the Planning Act. It is not led by the township under Section 17 of the Planning Act. Also, it applies to lands owned by other people. Together, my opinion was that the township's public communications strategy needed to exceed the requirements of the Planning Act by including both newspaper and mailing notices. On May 4th, 2023, the township satisfied its statutory public notice requirements for the application by advertising this public meeting in both the Midland Mirror and the Perry Sound North Star newspapers. The same day, the township mailed notices to all property owners within the 6 Mile Lake inland waterfront community. This was above the requirements of the Planning Act. The public is clearly engaged regarding the size of use policies for the 6 Mile Lake inland waterfront community. As of 4:30 p.m. on May 23rd, 2023, the township received 181 unique emails commenting on the application, 37 in support, and 144 in opposition. Since then, the township received a further 20 emails in support and 12 emails in opposition to the application. In May of 2023, Harold Tavoyan, as president of the 6 Mile Lake Cottagers Association, communicated their objection to the application because of concerns the application proposes to amend the township's official plan in a way that will, and I quote from Harold, weaken both the township's and the SML landowners' ability to defend GFA, unquote, and differing interpretations of the 2019 Public Opinion Survey, where the 6 Mile Lake Cottagers Association reports 64% of respondents supporting gross floor area policies, but 36% would like them modified in some manner. As of May 2023, no agencies had commented on the application. Since then, both the district and Bell wrote to indicate no objection to the application. As provided by the agent with the application, and I quote, the purpose of this official plan amendment is to amend the Georgian Bay official plan to delete section F.5.9.7.3 in its entirety to establish and revise the policy direction upon which to efficiently evaluate Planning Act application for new dwellings or additions to existing dwellings within the 6 Mile Lake inland waterfront community, end quote. To answer questions from the public to explain the purpose, I prepared the extract from the township's official plan now on the screen, showing the official plan amendment proposed by the application. When considering the application, council must ensure that the township's official plan and any amendment to it is consistent with the provincial policy statement 2020. Policies in Part 5 of the provincial policy statement that inform my opinion regarding the application are found in subsections 1.0, 1.1.4, 1.1.4.1 introduction, and paragraphs A, B, and H, 1.1.5.2, paragraphs B and C, and 1.1.5.4. In my opinion, both the application and the existing size of dwelling policies in subsection F.5.9.7 of the township's official plan are consistent with the provincial policy statement. However, The existing policies, including those in subsection F.5.9.7.3, are more likely to ensure consistency balancing resource-based recreational uses with protecting the natural environment and character of 6 Mile Lake. Regarding the Muskoka District Official Plan, I agree with the Weatherall Planning Justification Report that the application is consistent with the policies in subsections J43A and paragraphs I and 2, 1 and 2 in Roman numerals small, J4.3 paragraph G, J4.3 paragraph K, and J4.3 paragraph L, Roman numeral I. My opinion differs from that of the Weatherall Planning Justification Report regarding the need for the Township Council to consider additional subsections in the Muskoka Official Plan before it determines the amendment proposed by the application is consistent with that plan. Subsection J4.2 of the Muskoka Official Plan states, it is, and I quote, "It is the objective of this plan to," in paragraph B, it says, "ensure the protection of the exceptional visual aesthetics of the lakes, rivers, and shoreline areas, and preserve overall natural appearance of the waterfront area." And in paragraph H, it adds, "ensure that the character of new development is reflective of or compatible with existing development in the waterfront area." End quote. Also in subsection J4.3, general policies of the Muskoka Official Plan, and I quote in paragraph F, it says, "Within the waterfront area designation, natural form and function shall be the predominant characteristic of the landscape." In paragraph I, it continues, "In order to ensure compatibility with existing development, new development should generally have a physical character similar to or compatible with existing development in terms of density, lot sizes, maximum building heights, and minimum setbacks." End quote. Also, there is the matter of narrow water bodies within 6 Mile Lake designated on Schedule F to the Township's official plan, and policies in subsection J4.3, paragraph M of the Muskoka Official Plan. The Muskoka Official Plan requires policies in the Township's official plan achieve a balance between development in the waterfront area and natural form, function, and aesthetic. The application deletes significant portions of the policies regarding the 6 Mile Lake inland waterfront community intended to achieve that balance. Finally, the Weatherall Planning Justification Report for the application considered many, but in my opinion, not all, of the relevant policies in the Township's official plan. The table on the screen provides a comparison. Subsection 1.8.1 of the Weatherall Planning Justification Report began its analysis in support of the application stating, and I quote, "The proposed amendment would delete the section F.5.9.7.3 in its entirety because official plans are a policy document and numbers or limits are not commonplace in official plans and should be avoided." I strongly disagree with this statement. In my opinion and my experience, official plans are filled with numerical expressions of policy regarding various matters, including gross floor area, height, and width. All official plans in the District of Muskoka, including the Muskoka Official Plan, have numerical expressions of policy. However, this is not to suggest that a good use of numbers in an official plan policy is done in the same manner as a good use of numbers in zoning bylaws. In an official plan, the numbers should only be a part of the policy guidance informing the zoning bylaw and not more. Subsection A.2.2.6 of the Township's official plan states, and I quote, "Where numbers or values are specified in this text, such quantities are intended as guidelines. Deviations from numbers or values which are minor and restricted may be permitted without an amendment to this official plan, provided that the principles and intent of the official plan are maintained. Close quote. Thus, the township's official plan intends to treat its numbers in an appropriate manner to guide its zoning bylaw. The application presents council with a choice. On one hand, the policies regarding the size of dwellings on 6 Mile Lake in subsection F.5.9.7 that include subsection F.5.9.7.3 of the township's official plan state a purpose to avoid overly large cottages on the lake and provide numerical maximum guidelines intended to achieve the policy. On the other hand, the amendment proposes the application would still identify the purpose, which is to avoid overly large cottages on the lake, but offer no direction intended to achieve the policy. While a zoning bylaw amendment is not a part of this application, it is considered in the Weatherall Planning Justification Report. From those details, it appears the application supports a significant instead of a minor deviation from the existing guidelines found in subsection F.5.9.73 of the township's official plan. In my opinion, the application fails to be in keeping with the current intent and purpose of the township's official plan policies. Simply, the application proposes completely different policies regarding the size of dwellings on 6 Mile Lake. Therefore, it should be refused under Section 22 of the Planning Act, and I recommend that council approve the following resolution. Be it resolved that the council for the Township of Georgian Bay hereby denies the amendment proposed in an application O-2203 by the 6 Mile Lake Ratepayers Alliance to delete subsection F.5.9.73 and amend and renumber subsection F.5.9.74 of the official plan for the Township of Georgian Bay, approved on March 17, 2014. And the council directs staff during the next township-led review of its official plan to ensure consideration of the size of dwelling policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very thorough report, and I know that it's an edited report, so I'm impressed with all the work you put into this, and it's greatly appreciated. For my amusement, I'm going to ask our clerk if there's been any correspondence on this file. Madam Clerk.
I'm going to note that as of 4:30 PM on Monday, June the 5th, this is the correspondence received, just so. So 2 letters of no objection were received from the District of Muskoka and Bell Canada, 156 letters of objection, and 56 letters of support were received from members of the community.
Thank you. And I hope you accept that we're not reading all the names of who sent the correspondence in, because, but I do think, you know, that list, by the way, was edited to remove any correspondence that was received twice, or obviously from the same property to release count. So we did receive more correspondence here, but we know in some cases, somebody obviously hit the send button twice by accident. And sometimes people sent us 1 or 2 more. So I think it's fair to say that well over 200 properties on 6 Mile Lake, their owners have corresponded with us, which I think is extremely impressive and shows interest. I also will add, just for your information, at this point, online, we have 49 attendees, and if I subtract a handful that are probably township staff, we got probably another, 40, 45 people online attending this. And so that is for your information. But with that, I'm going to ask whether the applicant or the applicant's agent wish to make any comments before I go to the public at large.
Good day, Mr. Mayor, staff, members of council, public. My name is Stefan Sherback. I'm the principal planner with Planscape Inc., 104 Kimberly Avenue in Bracebridge, P1L 1Z8. I do have a slideshow. Thank you very much. Someone's running it. Perfect. Thank you. I'll give you a cue for the next slide, please. And thank you. It's exciting to be here in person. I think we've been all working on our desks and in our offices. So it's always nice to come out and see faces, see familiar faces, members of past clients and discussions before. It's always nice to see people again. So I'm here today to speak on behalf of the 6 Mile Ratepayers Alliance. Next slide, please. I actually had the pleasure of making a presentation to the lake community almost a year ago to the date. So fast forward after the election and after changes or the ongoing changes to the Planning Act, we were retained by the Alliance with respect to this applications. There are several representatives that are here in the audience today to hear firsthand some of the comments from members of the public. So just as a bit of a history here, Planscape Inc. has worked within the District of Muskoka and the Parry Sound area for many years. We pride ourselves in working for many private clients, your ratepayers, and several lake associations and special interest groups. We also balance our client load with several municipal clients. We provide the planning work for a number of municipalities. And so currently our workload is about 1/3 with local governments and regional governments. And we've processed many official plan amendments and defended many official plans and official plan policies. The staff report did correctly state that my co-worker, Mr. Rick Hunter, did assist with the community lake plan for the Cottagers Association about 25 years ago. And I want to just highlight how old that plan is. Recreational cottaging, resort development has really changed over 25 years. However, many of the development policies have not. Clearly, this debate has been unresolved for many years. The ratepayers associations took it upon themselves to push this application forward to actually separate the zoning bylaw and the official plan amendment. And I'll describe the reasons behind that shortly. Clearly, the township also took a stab at this official plan amendment through the interim control bylaw, and for various reasons that was abandoned. The next slide, please. I've read the staff report, and unfortunately, it's my opinion that they didn't, that it was unfortunate that they didn't reach out to us, discuss the intent and purpose of what in front of you is actually a really simple request. This application is essentially a technical amendment. To be crystal clear and very clear, this request is not removing anyone's development rights that exist today. It is not intended to create a community that will be filled with quote unquote monster sized cottages, larger development, or the disruption of the environment. This policy has forced many property owners through unnecessary planning applications that have either A, been easily approved by this council or the Committee of Adjustment, or failed to have been defended at tribunal hearings. It should have never been included in your official plan. Next slide, please. This application, again, was separated into 2 phases. The first phase is just dealing with this technical amendment to remove it from the official plan. The second phase is where we get into the devil's in the details, the numbers. So this is where the fun will begin with discussions with the members of the community, where we look at numbers, where we look at definitions, where we look at other zoning bylaw provisions. And rightfully so, these provisions regulate and define the size of the dwellings, the gross floor area, et cetera, where this should be intended to be placed. I have with me today, and I know that the Weatherall report did include a zoning bylaw amendment, but that was his discussion at the time. It forms no basis of a discussion today, but what we do have here is a draft, and it is just that, a draft. So this draft, it's my understanding that the Ratepayers Alliance would clearly like to have a secondary public meeting with the community, separate and aside from a statutory public process, to debate this further. So really, this is not the forum to talk about changing definitions, changing numbers, changing standards that regulate the size of the dwelling. Your zoning bylaw correctly indicates things like lot coverage, building height, setbacks, vegetation cover, et cetera. So all those things come into consideration when looking at the character of a specific area. So with respect to this, I mean, there's no decision in front of us. There's no specific agenda that has been made. It is my professional planning opinion. And I've just thrown it to the unbiased opinion, thrown it to the Ratepayers Association to say this is what could be our starting point. And again, open to discussions with other members of the community. What is critical to understand right now is that should council decide that they wish to approve the official plan amendment today, the zoning bylaw continues to regulate gross floor area as it did yesterday and today and tomorrow. So again, there's no changes to what's going on here. Any changes to the gross floor area requires a Planning Act application. And I do note that you have 2 applications in front of the Committee of Adjustment that are happening next week. So it just goes to show you that this policy is continually being varied because of old numbers, you know, that numbers that were created back in 1998. So anybody seeking to create a larger cottage or consider something larger has to come in front of this council, has to come in front of the Committee of Adjustment. They have to be reviewed against your current official plan policies that clearly do have strong policies in place. So again, the sky's not falling with this removal of this plan. You do have strong policies in place today. Next slide, please. So again, after reviewing the staff report, I mean, I was somewhat confused with what is in front of you as a technical amendment to the report. Correctly so, there is a hierarchy of planning documents that an official plan amendment must be reviewed against. The PPS was correctly summarized in the staff report that GFA is not a provincial interest and should not be considered. Although I was very unclear when it was stated today and in the report that leaving this number in is more consistent with the PPS than removing it. Defending this, it's either consistent or it's not. I mean, there really is no varying degrees of consistency within this provincial planning document. And we really don't want the province to start telling us that we need numbers in official plans to look at dwelling size. I mean, it's just not appropriate from a provincial interest area. The second test to conformity is the upper tier official plan. Again, in my professional opinion, the analysis in front of you is incorrect, especially when you have a direct comment from staff at the District of Muskoka who say they have no concerns. There's no objection. They are the approval authority of this official plan amendment, and staff are professional and have dealt with these policies for many years, and they're saying it's not a problem, it's a local issue. So it conforms to the District of Muskoka official plans. And then the next slide, please, just jumping into some of your official plan policies. Staff are correct. This is a loose policy. It is subject to change without official plan amendments. It provides a number of flexibility it provides a flexibility to this number. And again, you know, we really have to look at how things have changed over the last 25 years and whether or not this number is still relevant. Again, removing it from the official plan doesn't mean that the number is still in place today, and it is subject to further discussion moving forward. There were very few staff comments or planning analysis with the other specific policies related to the application. I understand that there was a focus on numbers being in an official plan, and I agree with staff. When you're looking at densities, frontages, lot areas, almost all official plans have numbers in there related to densities. But again, an official plan document is for the entire community. Not every lot is the same. Not every community is the same. Not every neighborhood is the same. So official plans have to be umbrella approach. So having a number that might work for a small lake is not going to work elsewhere. I understand that this is a specific, you know, again, site specific amendment to the community, but there really needs to be a deep dive in terms of what's happening on 6 Mile Lake and how this policy has either worked or not worked in the last 25 years. With respect to character, again, your official plan speaks to character being established over time. It is subject to change. It's established over time, it evolves, change is inevitable. I think back in the day, municipalities were creating lots with 50 feet of frontage, 100 feet of frontage. Clearly that's changed. Again, policies evolve through time based on the knowledge we're bringing forward. So again, this policy direction should have never been included in your official plan. And again, I believe there are some Ontario land tribunals that have ruled against this policy when challenged by the landowners. So removing this policy does not change those other policies that are in place, those strong policies that protect character. And especially when you're looking at specific lake communities. Next slide, please. And I'm almost wrapping up here. So your official plan also expressly requires the zoning bylaw to regulate dwelling size. So, together with other factors that I talked about earlier, footprint, height, setbacks, etc., it also correctly acknowledges that varying lot sizes through the 6 Mile lake community should also be taken into consideration. They're not all rectangular shaped lots. Every lot has a different story, and every lot should be planned accordingly. So there should be some flexibility in your official plan. Again, someone who is fortunate to have in excess of 500 feet of frontage, 10 acres, should have the ability to build something that's over 3,000 square feet of gross floor area, especially if it's 100 feet back and you can't see it from the water. The whole premise of planning in Muskoka is the view from the canoe, the view from the water. What are you looking for? Can you see the dwelling? If it's 4,000 square feet and you can't see it, does it matter? I'm just going to leave that question with you. Or on the flip side, if you have a 100-foot lot, 10 feet from the water's edge, should somebody have a cap with a gross floor area that may not be appropriate in that situation? So again, there are varying degrees of how that could be used and should be used together with your official plan tests. So in the next slide, which I believe is my final slide, second last slide, it is my professional planning analysis that the Weatherall report is appropriate in this technical amendment situation. I agree with his professional recommendations. Reviewing a technical amendment against current and official plan policies is not the way to review a technical amendment. Remembering again the hierarchy of planning documents, a GFA should never be an official plan amendment. It's not a matter of provincial interest. The District of Muskoka has already agreed with my opinion that it's not a matter of upper tier district interest. Numbers are reserved for determining density in the official plan, as I discussed earlier, area and frontage, but not building size. Let alone that, gross floor area can have different definitions, variations, interpretations. And again, it's really not a debate in the official plan, more for a zoning bylaw situation. So removing this policy does not impact the strength of your current official plan policies in terms of character. And land use policies do evolve over time. They're not static. This is why the province requires regular reviews of official plan in 5 or 10 year increments, is because planning policies change and evolve. The final point too is, just to ensure that municipalities are not spending tax dollars attempting to defend weak policy documents, and also clogging up your Planning Act agendas with applications that are constantly being either approved or again not being defended properly at the tribunal. So again, taking that into consideration, it appears that something is broken. So let's try to resolve this matter. The Ratepayers Association has retained us to start with this and again to separate it. We fully are aware that there is going to be a very interesting and healthy debate by those engaged in the audience, online, through the letter writing campaigns, that there will be lots of discussion in terms of how there is going to be a cap. Should there be a cap? Yes. Should there be a cap for smaller lots? Maybe not. But again, we're not really debating that at this point. We're just solely focusing on the technical amendment in front of you. So the last slide, in conclusion, it is my professional opinion that the application in front of you is clearly consistent with the PPS. It clearly conforms to the district municipality of official plan. And this technical amendment, a technical amendment removing this from the plan would never conflict with your current official plan policies. You do have strong policies in place to ensure things like, building size, character, setbacks, densities are all continue to be in place. So I'm happy to answer any questions at this time. Thank you for your time today.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your input. And now it's the public's turn. We have public online, we have public in person, and any preference where we go first? Okay, so we have a long list of people who said they might be interested in speaking, and before I let the first person up. I'm going to suggest to you, we'd appreciate you being relatively brief. And we appreciate you not being terribly repetitive. If the prior speaker said exactly what you wanted to say, you can say, I fully agree with them. And we understand. And I also would like to inform you that I can speak only for myself, but I presume I'm speaking for all of council here. We've read the emails, greatly appreciate the input. And I will tell you that I thought some of them were very well written. That it's all been taken into consideration. And with that, I am going to see who would like to speak. We're going to go in person first because I don't see any. Oh, now I see one hand on here, but we're going to go in person first. Please come forward. And anybody else who wants to speak, as I recognize you, identify yourself and away we go.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Your Worship, Planning Council and staff and attendees. My name is Harold Toiviainen. I'm the president of the 6 Mile Lake Cottagers Association. I just wanted to start by saying I applaud the SMLRA for elevating this issue to the level of vigorous public debate. We think healthy debate is good because it brings important issues to the surface and it forces us to consider other people's points of view as well as understanding and defending our own. Some might be interested in knowing that in 2019, when I filled out the landowner survey, I was one of the 34% that voted to remove GFA restrictions. So to you who still feel that way, I want to say I know how you feel because back then I felt that a GFA restriction was an unnecessary nuisance and we should just get rid of it. What's changed? I found after considerable research, and I've been accused or called the self-appointed expert on 6 Mile Lake. But I found after extended research that we have to be careful not to throw out the baby with the bathwater. At first glance, one might look at this debate as two groups on the lake that are at polar opposites. Those who may not be familiar with this issue may even say one side promotes big or monster cottages while the other just wants things to remain as they were since the 1950s. But I believe in many ways the CA and the RA are not that far apart. So looking at some of the things that we have in common, neither of us want to see overly large or monster cottages built on the lake. What is a monster cottage? Well, that's where the debate starts because nobody seems to be able to come up with a number to quantify that term. Suffice to say, and you find that from reading the letters, most would agree that few want the future 6 Mile Lake to resemble the big 3 Muskoka lakes, or even Gloucester Pool for that matter. It's worthy of note that those communities do not use GFA caps. We both believe that environmental protection is very important, and we love the natural heritage and character of the lake and wouldn't want to see that marred by overzealous development. Number 3, we both acknowledge that with the trend for more people retiring and moving to the lake, we need to loosen the current regulations to allow those that want to build or remodel breathing room to build a comfortable 4-season home and not just a cottage. So that's really what we're talking about. We're talking about building year-round homes, and that's where the future is going. Both associations successfully worked together for almost 2 years to come up with a survey and hopefully solve this issue. However, when it came to interpreting what the survey called for, that's where the paths diverged. The RA, and I refer to this SMLRA as the RA hired a planning consultant, Mr. Todd Weatherall, to come up with recommendations on how to make the survey actionable. And they presented this to the lake in the spring of 2021. The main recommendation was to remove GFA caps from the OP and the zoning bylaw and just use lot coverage to determine building size. Since then, they have remained unmovable in their commitment to stick with their planner's advice. Now, today's comments by Mr. Sherbach, for instance, indicate that perhaps that has changed, but we remain steadfast in our comment that we haven't seen that. It's never been communicated to us that the SMLRA are considering abandoning the Weatherall report. The CA disagrees with the Weatherall approach because we believe removal of GFA caps wasn't called for in the survey results. Also, that lot coverage alone, which only deals with the footprint of a building, is not sufficient to prevent overly large cottages from being built. There has to be a way to define the total square footage or massing of a building in order to quantify and limit its size. And like it or not, we finished? Like it or not, the GFA cap is the handiest tool in our toolbox. But we're not stuck on GFA. You can call it something different. You can come up with a different formula. And perhaps there is something better that would do the job, and we are certainly open to discovering that. For almost 3 years, we tried to get some action on this issue since the 2019 survey. In 2021, we hired Victoria Lemieux, who was sitting here before, she was the former head planner at the township, and her goal was to find relief for building size, at the same time be consistent with the policies of the community plan. Specifically, that cottages should not be overly large, but should also fit in with the natural aesthetic of the lake. Last year, we held a town hall and we invited all property owners to attend. We had a considerable turnout to this meeting. Victoria presented options for relief according to what she believed the survey suggested. While there was a follow-up poll, unfortunately, the results yielded no clear direction. Perhaps we should have gone further, but without buy-in from our partners at the RA, we felt it was pointless. Now, I do want to say, listening to Mr. Sherbach's comments, that I still see a contradiction because on the one hand, he said he fully supported the Weatherall recommendations. And yet on the other hand, he mentioned the possibility of GFA caps. So I think it's really important that we establish where this issue lies. Do we have GFA caps or do we just remove that restriction? It's important to note that the SMLRA in preparation for this OPA have not conducted any polls or surveys to determine if this is what the people want. Consequently, we have no idea how many landowners support this change. Time and time again, we've urged the RA to move away from the Weatherall approach and consider other options which utilize some sort of size cap. But it appears that their attitude has been, no, it's this way or nothing else. Certainly this OPA, we believe, is not just a mere housekeeping issue about removing unnecessary numbers from the official plan. Rather, we view this as a wedge that will open the way to removal of GFA size caps and width restrictions from the zoning bylaw, and at the very least will compromise the township's and property owners' ability to defend GFA caps before the OLT. But I remain open-minded. Show us a better way. Perhaps there is a way that we can take numbers out of the OP, but add strength to defend the GFA restrictions. And I think that's really what we're all about. We don't want to see anything to be weakened. It doesn't serve the township and it doesn't serve the people. We agree with Mr. Kratky's opinion that in this case, the numbers in the OP are merely a way of quantifying what is meant by the term overly large cottage. And when you read through beyond that section 5.9.7.3, there is a statement that generally, first of all, it says generally you can build about 3,000 square feet. However, you can obtain a variance. I think there's a different opinion between the two planners, but my observation is you don't want to weaken anything. If anything, you want to strengthen it. Despite the variance process that we have in place, we still get people jumping the fence and going to the OLT because they didn't get the decision they wanted. That will likely happen no matter what size cap we have. And that's really the issue. It's about people going to the OLT. Should we remove size cap regulations so that people can do whatever they want? Some have said that removal of GFA caps will save hundreds of thousands of dollars because there won't be any OLT appeals and there won't be hardly any variances anymore either. Well, let's follow that logic. If we remove the restriction that prevents overly large or monster cottages from being built, then the township will indeed save money. But we will have monster cottages on the lake. Is that the way we want to go? Is that really worth it? Again, we're not against increasing size caps. We just feel that removing them altogether is irresponsible. One would think the only way to settle this issue once and for all on our lake is by putting it to a vote to see where the majority lies. I've certainly felt that way. But the problem with that is we would end up with one winner and one loser. And we really prefer to take the road of trying to find a win-win solution so both parties can walk away happy. So an even better choice would be that we work together on a mutually acceptable solution. It may not be what we originally wanted, but ladies and gentlemen, I'm an old hippie. I feel compelled to quote the wisdom from a song of my youth. You can't always get what you want, but if you try, sometimes you can get what you need. To the council, I say, if you vote no to this OPA today, it will only exacerbate the controversy on the lake for many years to come. And this has dragged on for far, far too long. The only way to settle this is to get us to work together and keep us working together to find a solution. We therefore recommend to council that you defer this decision and take an active role in getting the two parties together in a timely manner to broker a suitable GFA cap. Only then can we pick up the pieces and work toward a solution that almost everyone can live with. I want to underline this final statement that we at the SMLCA are committed to finding compromise because we believe this is what the majority of our landowners want. Thank you very much for giving me your time.
Thank you, Mr. Tovey Ninen. Anybody else? I have one on screen that I can, we can go virtual and then give. Oh, sir. Please come forward and identify yourself and turn. If you don't mind, identify, once turn the mic on and then identify yourself. Then the silver one in the middle. There we go.
Got it. My name is Brian Ingham. I'm a 6 Mile Acre for 71 years. And I have 3 properties on the lake and a very strong interest in this debate. And I would have to say that everybody here has been eloquent in their position and very, put forward their point of view. I have a very specific personal point of view that I can bring to this discussion, which I think is relevant and should be on the table. And that is that one of the properties I have was just the subject of a OLT or was LPAT approval for the building, which in is representative of what happens when you set aside or push aside GFAs. So that's what happened at that LPAT it was basically picked apart and along with the OP. And so in place of it was just like, well, what do people think would be reasonable? And so what ended up being built is right next to the Henhofer property, which has been clear cut and sand built right down into the shoreline, and a concrete driveway that goes right into the shoreline. Now, right next to that, which is adjacent to my property, is a place which has been built on a small finger of land, which goes right in front of my property and what we look at, which there's a 3-story, 4,000 square foot home that's within 20 meters of every shoreline. And now, because there's been a lot of big trucks coming in to build such a large thing, about half of the trees are gone or dead on the property. And that's what I look at. And I think that people should come over and have a look at Ravine Way before they do any voting on anything. Maybe the township for this thing, or if we go to a plebiscite, you should come on over and have a look at Ravine Way so you can see what the future looks like. If you do weaken the GFA controls, if you weaken the power of the township to control site control and building size on 6 Mile Lake, you can see what that future would look like. And that's really what I encourage people to do if they're going to deliberate on this subject seriously, is have a look and see what it looks like. And that's really all I had to bring for the table at this meeting. And so I do hope people will make a informed decision on whatever they do. Thank you very much.
Mr. Higgins, thank you very much. Anyone in the, sir, you in the back, please. Next.
Yes, my name is Todd Jobin, and I'm the person Mr. Ingham is speaking about. It is a 2,000 square foot cottage with a walkout basement, only 4,000 on 6 Mile Lake. Anywhere else, the other side of the road, it's a 2,000 square foot cottage. It's 2 stories, not 3. This is the fear mongering that's been going on all over this lake. People throw out square footage numbers and everyone gets upset. They need to read the facts, and the facts speak for themselves. There was another application on the same lake that came with a recommendation from the Cottage Association president at the time of 5,000 square feet. We all know the one. It was unanimously approved. We waited. We went to the council. Ours was unanimously rejected because we did not have the letter of recommendation from the said president. The problem we have on this lake is there's 2 sides to everything, but people only want to listen to the one side. It's the one that the people bitch about the most. All they have to do is ask, Mr. Mayor, you were at my property on 6 Mile Lake. We had a discussion. I asked everybody to come and take a look. Not one person came. Mr. Ingham sure didn't come. He hid behind his computer and got all the neighbors all riled up for no reason. And that's what's happening on this lake. Anybody wants to come and take a look at my property, you're welcome to come at any time.
Sorry, can you spell your last name, please?
J-O-B-I-N.
Thank you.
Ma'am.
Yes, can you hear me? Vicky Pierce.
Yeah, as long as the
And-
red light's burning, you're okay.
Okay, thank you. Personally, I support the proposal of the RA. In the 50s and 60s, cottages were built for seasonal recreation purposes and for enjoyment of the family. People are now living longer, and we have multi-generations using the cottage. And we need breathing room. We don't want monster cottages, but we want the breathing room. And in my personal opinion, the GEFA restrictions appear to impede on the purpose, especially for owners of smaller properties.
Before you leave, I'm afraid our clerks didn't get your name.
Vicky Pierce.
Thank you.
Thanks.
What is that? P-E-A?
Oh, me.
P-A-R-C-E. Okay, thank you. Please come forward. Behind, and then you'll be next.
I'll keep it brief. My name is Susan House.
And I support the 6 Mile Lake Cottagers Association. My family has for 55 years. I'm old enough to remember the initial discussions with setting these GFAs and the concern about overdevelopment on the lake and how it would affect the natural environment and way of life. So it does offend me a little bit that gentlemen like the person representing the Ratepayers Association tends to discard those restrictions as old fashioned and let's move on. Thing is, at the time, 3,000 square feet was a huge property. We couldn't imagine. We even thought, oh my goodness, we're going to let 3,000 square foot cottage. So I realize times change, but I think that the association needs to be given credit for having the foresight back then to realize that this was the direction that development was going in Muskoka and things like that. And we're trying to maintain some control, or not specifically controlling what people do, but having some input and trying to restrict overdevelopment. Harold did mention that I think there is some compromise, and I think a lot of people are willing to compromise. If you have a deck on the side of your house that you want to put a little bit of a cover over, nobody has a problem with that. I think that the trend these days, though, is to put up these huge homes. And if you're somebody retiring up here and building a home, you don't need that huge space. Retirees downsize, they don't upsize. We do have hotels and recreational facilities in the area that should be supported so that if the extended family comes and you need more room, utilize those facilities. They have all the infrastructure in place and would welcome the business they've been hurting. Anyway, as I said, I said I would keep it short, and I thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much for your input. Come on.
Yes, hello, my name is Bill Winterhalls. So I'm a retired planner, among other things, a resident of 6 Mile Lake, a permanent resident, in fact. But we haven't been here that long, about, I guess this is our 11th year on the lake. I guess I didn't want to repeat, I did send a letter to the planner, Mr. Kratzky, and copies to council. I guess what concerns me about this is clearly there's an issue to be settled, and I think various people are doing their best to uncover the appropriate sort of adjustment to our cottage size issue. And I think an application like this is just kind of throwing a wrench in the machinery, and it's sort of saying, well, you know, let's just try and force the issue, even though we haven't got there, and ignoring all the sincere efforts that people are making to find that appropriate compromise. I think it's clear from the 2019 survey that people feel adjustment is required in the size of that cap. On one hand, they feel that what's included, or what's included through the definition of GFA needs some revision, and that improvements can be made there. I think what goes with that is that when you're dealing with cottages in excess of a certain size, yes, they have to go through a planning process if you're looking for something, some adjustment to GFA or other regulations, which takes you through the variance process. And frankly, the side benefit of that is if you're dealing with something that is getting larger in scale, that's a process that enables the planners and the surrounding public to take a look at that development and focus on, is that larger development still going to maintain the visual integrity of the shoreline? Is it going to maintain the natural character of the shoreline? So I think, you know, the objective is planning is really not to just simply streamline the process for people that want to build larger developments. I think the concern is still, can we exert appropriate control so that we get appropriate landscaping, visual screening, and all these things, which become more concerning as the size increases. So whatever the ultimate adjustment to GFA, and I don't think anybody's saying, you know, just leave everything, turn this application down and leave everything the way they are. I think what we're saying is there's been lots of efforts in process. There's, I think the planner has correctly said, let's hook this up to our official plan review and make that an ongoing part of that official plan review to resolve this. What frustrates those efforts, quite frankly, is somebody just trying to bull their way forward and say, well, let's just effectively take the planning and delete it, if you want, the planning aspect related to size and GFA. You know, describing this as just a mere technical amendment, I think is misleading. I think the expectation of everyone should be, if you propose an amendment to something, then I think you owe it to those folks to say, well, what's the other shoe to this? I think the planner in his discussion certainly alluded to changes to the zoning bylaw. What's the hurry here in pushing this forward? Why don't you work on the total picture of what is an appropriate adjustment to our zoning bylaws, official plan, and the overall rules? Let's get the total package together and then move forward with a combination official plan amendment, rezoning, whatever is appropriate. So I think this process, unfortunately, is really just disruptive to everybody's sincere effort to put their time and effort towards solving the real issue, which is how do we adjust it? As Harold said, we shouldn't be throwing the baby out with the bathwater here. We need to fine tune this, not throw our hands up and say, well, it's a bit of a problem, let's just toss it out the window. So I just want to reiterate those points. I think, there's other points made in my letter. Clearly, the main thing is the survey results that 64% of the people see some value in maintaining GFA, albeit for a lot of them with some adjustment to it. So my recommendation, quite frankly, to council is you should turn this application down and let the community council and the residents get on with finding the true appropriate solution to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Winterholt. Mr. Orchard, and then.
My name's Dan Orchard. I'm the president of the 6 Mile Lake Ratepayers Alliance. I wasn't planning on speaking today, but after listening to what Harold said and the other speakers, I understand everybody has their own opinion and I accept that. The problem I'm having with the process here is that the township has left us on our own for the last couple of years. You know that we've been trying to work together. The township has washed their hands of this. You guys have never stood up to the plate to do your job. You know the problems. You saw the survey. You know there's problems with it. I know that you've been talking to different community members. And you took Todd Weatherall's report and you said, oh, and I listened to your planner's report. And at no time did we ever say that was a statement that was going to be followed. This was a discussion paper. That's all it was. Your planner took that on his own and decided to say that's the gospel. That's what's happening. That's what we're doing. We never said that. Right from day one, when we presented to the Cottage Association and the council, when we sent it into the township, it was a discussion paper for you guys to have a look at and hopefully to get you guys to start thinking about what could be done to fix the problems we have in our lake. You've left us on our own and it's not fair. We've been trying for the last couple of years to try to make this work with the Cottage Association. And I'm not rebutting anything that Harold says because that's his opinion on what happened, what transpired. And I'm not going to worry about spilt milk, but at no time have we ever received a copy from the Cottage Association. I can show you every email because I've kept every email. I can show you every correspondence that we've ever done. Every time we ask, can you, even though we were trying to work from Todd's Weatherall's report to see if we can come to some compromise, every time we asked, can you provide us what you would like? And let's see if we can work off that document. It always is a working document. It was never a document that was meant, it was a gospel. Not once, and I can show you every email because I've got every email that's going back for 2 years. And I kept them for that reason, because I knew that we would be accused of not being cooperating with them. We have cooperated as much as we could. We came to the point and realization that you, the council, were not going to do anything about this. You were sitting back and waiting for us to figure this thing out. It's not going to get figured out by these associations or personal opinions by Dan Orchard or Harold or, the sky's falling in, the rhetoric that I've heard on the social media platforms that the world's falling in because of this application. This application was put forth by a professional planner trying to help you guys figure out your problem. And you're not willing to do it on your own. So we had to put our own money in here to sit here to talk to you people. It's pathetic that we have to do this. You as counselors, it's your job. We can only give you the tool. We spent all our money getting a report from Todd to give us a point to start to talk with. And you guys did nothing with it. You sat and you hit on it. And then all of a sudden it pops up. Now it's a gospel. And we never said it was a gospel. How could you make a report based on that? It doesn't make any sense to me. All I'm saying to you guys is that we have different viewpoints on how to approach this, and that's understood. I'm recommending, in my opinion, we have a document that we put together, a new one that actually is going to say, this is what we're thinking, 100%. Todd alluded to that. We as an organization are going to hold a public meeting because council's not doing it. The planning department didn't even contact our planner to even ask him what his thoughts and why he's doing this. He didn't even bother contacting him. I don't think that was fair. You guys, I heard all these other people sit here and say that it was so nice to work with your planning department and your planning department. We worked together. They never even contacted us. They never even said to you guys, why, or our planner never talked to our planner and say, what do you think why are you doing this? Can you give us examples or whatever? Nothing, not one conversation. Is that fair? No, it's not. So I think if we're going to go forward with this, it's up to you guys to do this job. That in that document that we provided is our document now that we're stating from our planner, this is what his vision is, helping us get through this problem, and which Harold is saying he needs a vision. I say, we give you this vision. We're going to talk to the public with our vision that we have set. Harold can provide his vision, what he feels, talk to the public like it should be. They should be presented completely to the township. The planner then should engage, the planning department and the councillors should engage with the community through their planners or wherever they want it as their spokesperson and have dialogue and see then whether they can come up with a plan that you guys can present to us, looking at both sides. But you haven't done anything. You left it up to us. I don't think it's fair. Let's do it right. Let's do it right this way. And I agree, we have to change things. And we're not all going to get what everybody wants. I understand that. But we finally put a document. We've asked several times for the Cottage Association to give us a document or something. We never received anything. And I can show you everything, like 100%. You want to go through my computer, you can show you all the stuff. I don't care about that. Let them come up with ideas that they think is going to work for us, for the lake. We have our plan. We'll present ours to the community. We want to welcome every one of the councillors to come to that and ask the questions, the planning department, everybody. And he's got to defend it because that's the guy we hired to do this. And then let the Cottage Association do the same thing. This is going to take a little bit of time, but it shouldn't take that long. And then give it back to the planning department after you guys listen to it all and let your planning department combine the two and maybe say, I got a compromise here, I can see it, and then present it to the public. That's the only fair way to do it, but it's your job. I'm tired of doing it. I've been doing it for 7 years. trying to get something together. You pushed me against the wall to finally put this paper on the table here because you guys weren't doing your job. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be upset like that, but it's time for you guys to stand up to the plate. Sorry. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you.
So I really just had a comment. My name's Karen Petrie. Just, to go back to look at the big picture, to ask the people on the lake who are like me, 47-year bankers, I'm not qualified to vote on or make a decision on a change. So I think it's really important that we do get professionals' opinions, however many we need, and then use that. But I think this is just a starting point to help us get there. So that's really all. I think if you take a vote on the lake, who really has the knowledge and the professionalism to be able to come up and say, here's what we should be doing. That's, and to have a focus group of secret people, I'm not okay with that either. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
My name is Kathy Pounder, and I have over 20 years of professional planning experience for the province, municipalities, regions, and environmental groups. I wrote my letter. I'm not going to repeat it, but I think one thing is important to say from the beginning. The reason why we located in at 6 Mile Lake 11 years ago is because we looked at the official plan and we agreed with it. And we agreed with the gross floor area, although we bought a cottage and we modified it so that we could live in it. So it means something to me, and it means something as a professional planner. I want to say I support the staff report and the inconsistencies with the PPS, the district municipal plan, and the township's plan by this proposed application. I agree with the staff that it's useful to include specifics in an official plan, especially in areas such as this, where you've got general policies of landscape and character and that kind of thing. How else are you going to do it? And we have had enough problems trying to do to enforce those policies without the specifics. It would even be worse if we didn't have it. And by taking the gross floor area out of the plan is just going to make more inconsistencies and more disagreements, because what somebody agrees is the character they want to promote may not be the character that I want to promote. And that was the point of having the gross floor area in the plan, to provide a little more specifics about it. I think there's no such thing as a technical amendment. I don't know where one could think about that, unless there was a spelling error or something such as that. This is not that. This is a very important amendment to the people around this lake, as you can see. Official plan amendments have to be justified. And in the justification that was presented to council that the staff had to work with, as far as the letter that accompanied the application, was one copy of a planning justification report prepared by Todd Weatherall. Now, it seemed to me it was very peculiar that Mr. Weatherall did not sign his report. It wasn't noted on his report that he had prepared it, but it was referenced by the present person representing the Ratepayers Association as a justification report. So I'm very confused about how this is a complete application if if there's no justification. And I think your staff has probably listened to the information they've received today and are probably wondering that having that same concern. But I would ask you, just as somebody else said, do your job, turn it down. The staff came up with a suggestion that during the review of the official plan this be considered. And I would say just do that. Enough is enough. We don't want to go through this every year. And there is disagreement, but the majority of people want what's in the official plan to be maintained. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentleman sitting down, then the gentleman standing up. How's it? Can I do it that way?
Your worship, councillors, members of the planning department. My name is Brian Edmonds. I've been cottaging on 6 Mile Lake since the early 80s. I'd like to thank you for all the time and effort you've put into and will put into dealing with the issues raised by and related to this application. I'm respectfully requesting, in fact, urging you to reject this application today. I support the analyses and conclusions set out in the staff report. I think it's a nice piece of work. I rely on the written submissions that I made to the township prior to May 23. I won't repeat them, but one of my points therein was that the protection of the environment, the natural heritage of our township, is one of your highest priorities, if not the highest. It was suggested by the applicant's agent that the official plan is broken. I disagree with that. I think, in fact, we were ahead of the curve. You were ahead of the curve 25 years ago when gross floor allowance was included in that plan. Now, what's being sought today is not just a technical amendment, but in my view, an attempt to remove from your toolkit an important development management tool. It was stated several times by the applicant's agent that the zoning bylaws that you have right now are robust and sufficient, or terms to that effect. I believe that it's clear that the present application to amend the official plan is a precursor to an application to amend the zoning bylaw to eliminate or at least substantially diminish gross floor management by the township. This is merely step one, in my opinion. So comments that the current bylaws are robust are irrelevant when a second application is, I believe, on the horizon. It's clear from the Weatherall report that this was contemplated and that's in fact was recognized by the staff report. This attempt to eliminate or at the very least heavily erode the foundation in the official plan or the presence of gross floor area restrictions in the zoning bylaw must be rejected. In my view, this kind of nibbling away at a 25-year-old plan should not be countenanced. The Weatherall document, which may have been a discussion document at some point in time, but it is now the core of this application, having been adopted by the applicant's agent. The Weatherall document relied on by the applicant opines that numbers or limits are not commonplace in official plans and should be avoided. That seems to have been modified today, that opinion by applicant's agent. The staff report strongly disagrees with this allegation, and I disagree with it as well. And the staff cites examples from other jurisdictions. But in addition to those other jurisdictions, examples can be found of usage of numerical limits elsewhere in this township's own official plan, including especially in the 5 other waterfront community policies that are part of that plan. Usage of numerical limits is not an aberration found only in the 6 Mile Lake waterfront community policies. But drill down a bit further. In my view, the application seeks to eliminate express mention of gross floor area entirely from the 6 Mile Lake waterfront community policies section of the official plan to ultimately eliminate this development management tool completely in the case of 6 Mile Lake.
The staff report recommends against this and recommends, as we've heard, that during the next township-led review of its official plan, it considers the matter of sizing of dwelling policies. That process, township review of the overall plan, is the correct one for considering the future of GFA as a tool for managing development on 6 Mile Lake. And that process will look at the whole township, especially all of the waterfront community policies in the official plan. Because, and I believe this is crucial, the gross floor area development management tool also exists in the waterfront community policies for Go Home Bay and Cog Machine. Use of GFA in one set of policies, 6 Mile Lakes, should not be eliminated without consideration of the use of GFA in those other waterfront community policies. If this application is accepted, then similar applications may well be brought for Go Home Bay and Cog Machine in the future. And this application might be relied on as a precedent. If council is searching for the will of the lake on this specific application, I suggest you need look no further than 2 places. One is question 9 of the 2019 survey, where 64% wanted GFA to remain. We've heard of that. And secondly, the communications you received with respect to this application to date, 56-4, 156 again. I believe your decision on this case is clear and simple. On this particular application today, please reject it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sir.
I'm Alan Brady, a longtime resident of 6 Mile Lake, coming up all the time. And we've had a family cottage for about 40 years. And before that, my wife's family's cottage was 1948. So the character of the lake has changed. But in 2014, when that was passed and limiting the sizes, there was squabbles on the lake. And I'm just speaking as a person that's on the lake. And now, because of those limits and because of all of this difficulty, because things were passed perhaps in secret, things were passed, many things weren't made very clear to everyone on the lake, we need a way to move forward. And if we say no to this first application, helping the lake to solve their problems, helping all of the people on the lake to finally stop having all this infighting, stop having all these difficulties, we have to have a way moving forward. And I believe saying yes to this means that we move forward by just changing a couple of sentences on the GFA. And now we have a way to move forward so that now input can come from the lake and we can move forward as a group and be able to vote on these things as a group, be able to solve our problems. But if we say no to it today, we might put ourselves in another 10 years of this infighting and having difficulties and having legal battles and having lawyers involved and people going to the township and you guys spending a lot of money on your lawyers as well, battling some of the difficulties on the lake because we pay taxes and then we find out that they've gone to a tribunal and our taxes were spent on lawyers to battle on things that have happened on the lakes. We don't want 10 more years of this. I think there has to be a way to move forward now and to sort of say yes to this now and then walk forward. And now we have a starting point, because if we've left it with no starting point, then we're back to 10 years again of these difficulties happening. So that was my point. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. I'm seeing no other hands at this. Oh, I see one hand. I knew that was going to happen.
My name is Elizabeth Rubinovich. We've been on the lake for 26 years now. I just wanted to say that I am in support of your planner's position, and I would encourage you to reject this.
Thank you. All right. At this point, I'm seeing no more hands. I'm going to turn it over. I have 3 people with their hands up online. So I'm wondering, Ms. Levesque, if you can move them on over. And the first one I see is David Jordan, who's had his hand up almost since the moment we opened it up. So he's been patient. Mr. Jordan.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the various different comments that I was actually considering making some changes to my presentation, but obviously that's not going to be possible. But I'm impressed with a lot of what has been said, and I think there is a huge opportunity here to move something forward. Anyways, let me get on with my presentation. Mr. Mayor and members of council, my name is David Jordan. My family has had a cottage property on 6 Mile Lake since 1975. I have no pending applications with the township, nor do I have any current interest in redeveloping my property. My presentation today will be about 4 minutes long. I'm the co-author of 6 Mile Lake Community Restoration, a communication newsletter to the lake community that since about 2018 has been actively attempting to do, as its name implies, namely to attempt to restore the confused divide in the community by bringing clarity and facts to this entire lake-wide debate and to assist with finding a solution. The debate by the two cottage associations on the lake seems to have been driven by a lot of emotion over the years, and to date, they have not been able to come to any kind of resolution. I'm hopeful that today will mark the beginning of the end of this never-ending divide. For the record, I support this OPA application, and the removal of the specific hard numbers relative to the gross floor area for 6 Mile Lake. These are my reasons. First, I believe that the last time the official plan and zoning bylaw for 6 Mile Lake was changed was in 2014. At that time, or possibly prior to that time, the then council felt it was important to include hard numbers in the official plan relative to the gross floor area for principal dwellings on 6 Mile Lake. If hard numbers are present in the official plan and are repeated in the zoning bylaw, then both documents must be amended if council would need to consider changes to the zoning bylaw. This is impractical and complicated. Zoning bylaws should be able to be amended without the need for an official plan amendment, which is a far more complicated process. Secondly, applicants that appeal their rejected applications have been winning at the Ontario Land Tribunal at a very high percentage of the time. The cost of these appeals is borne by the taxpayer. It would be a reasonable assumption that if the zoning bylaw is too restrictive by being locked up by the official plan, that it may be causing many of these appeals. It may be the time for this council to consider changes by removing the hard numbers in the OP so as to reduce the frequency of appeals and also to support the argument for the township in the event they still need to defend their decisions. Third, recently a sale took place on 6 Mile Lake that has now breached the $4 million mark. The economics of land value dictate that anyone that invests on 6 Mile Lake will need a reasonable square footage to justify the cost of the land. An unreasonable zoning bylaw that is exacerbated by a lock in the official plan will most certainly turn applicants readily to the OLT. This will only worsen unless it is tempered with some adjustments to both the official plan and the zoning bylaw. Fourth, and perhaps the most important, the community on 6 Mile Lake has endured a serious divide since 2016. The debate has gone on and on. I have yet to see a solid proposal that keeps a restriction on the GFA of a proposed dwelling and yet is reasonable enough to slow or eliminate the need for OLT appeals. I am hopeful that this OPA application will allow council to start a process that brings 6 Mile Lake out of the past and into the present relative to what is required in this day and age. In closing, I would respectfully ask that this council consider this application carefully and do what it can to adjust the official plan and the zoning bylaw so that reasonable harmony can return to our small piece of heaven on 6 Mile Lake. Today, we are all bombarded by the media that is full of political divide, racial divide, Russia destroying Ukraine, the never-ending conflict in the Middle East, and on and on. We all need the escape that this very special lake provides. The divide on the lake has gone on long enough. Please turn the page and approve this OPA application, or in the alternative, defer this decision so that this matter can be very carefully considered. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I see Liv Gibson and then Bruce Hanson. If you could bring them on over, please.
Hello, my name is Liv Gibson. Compared to all the rest of the people who've spoken here, I'm a newbie on the lake. I've only been there for 23 years. And a neighbor whom I greatly respect actually put to me an analogy that I think is very relevant here. His point was that suppose everybody on the lake agreed, or in Ontario agreed, that the speed limits on Highway 400 were too low and should be raised. And so the resolution was put forward that while we try to think about what the appropriate speed limit should be, let's abolish speed limits completely on Highway 400. And I believe that this application is equivalent to that, saying there are a lot of people who support the easing of the restriction on GFA, but it is, in my opinion, foolhardy to remove the restriction in the absence of agreeing what a new and improved restriction should be. And that's the end of what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, Mr. Hanson. Mr. Hanson, you are on mute. I don't know if you are speaking.
Thank you. Is that better?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the comments that everybody's given. I'll point out one thing. I did some quick calculations here. In terms of the survey that's been referenced, that 64% of 6 Mile Lake properties do not want the GFA removed. Just based on the letters that were given by the clerk, if my numbers are right, 212 were received, and the number, and this would be individuals as opposed to properties, is at 74% now oppose this official plan amendment based on that number alone. I'd like to mention that, and I'm going to go back to the recording. There's a recording on the Cottage Association, a rebuttal to a newsletter that went out by the Ratepayers Alliance. And in my listening to it, I felt pretty certain that they were planning to implement a change to the zoning bylaw as well in terms of the weatherall and the removal gross floor area. And I may be wrong on that, but I encourage everyone to take a look and listen to that. I'm concerned that Mr. Sherbak made a statement to the effect that this is the start to negotiation. How can the removal of the OPA term on gross floor area be the start of the negotiation? This is a first step, which can affect, will definitely affect our ability to defend our the size of cottages on 6 Mile Lake as soon as it's out, and has the potential, as stated, to affect other community plans as well within the township of Georgian Bay. To me, to pass this is saying the negotiation has basically ended, and we're moving forward with the RA plan. That's my personal view. I also challenge Mr. Sherbak's indication, not that his statement was wrong, but he said that the district had no issue with this change to the official plan. And I felt that was a little misleading. Of course, they have no issue with it. There's all types of official plans that don't have it in. But back in 2014, they didn't have an issue with it being there either. So I want to present that half. I should have mentioned at the beginning, I didn't, I introduced myself. I'm 35 years on the lake. I've been a municipal councillor for Township of Georgian Bay. I retired. Before I did, I was on the district council for 4 months. And I was the chair of the water quality committee for the township as well. So a little bit of my background. Moving back to my comments. There was another comment made about, this is not I forget the exact term, but significant change. I think a technical change is all it was. I would comment against that. The one thing that when you go to community adjustment, which I was also a member of community adjustment, is that to pass, the application has to pass the 4 tests of the Planning Act. And that includes being in line with the official plan. By taking this gross floor area out of the official plan, it now leaves that wide open as an automatic agreement. Well, in terms of just the gross floor area, there could still be other things in the official plan that could come into play. But that is a major change in terms of minor variance approvals. Most people, as has been said, don't have an issue with the increase of caps. So why, I believe that almost everything the RA is putting forward can be accomplished through changes to the GFA definition and to the cap size. Why are we starting off with a sledgehammer to hit the official plan? And yes, we'll have to amend the official plan to reflect that what is done in the zoning bylaw as well. But why weaken it right up front and let things go through? As been mentioned, there's an official plan process coming forward. And why not? Why haven't there been discussions? Now, I've heard people saying, well, they should have sent what they thought. They should have sent what they thought. Council should be doing this. No, I don't really think it's all council's position to do this. We'll hear from the councilors. But why not look at the current one as well and say, what can we accomplish here together? It's what the people on the lake want. And I believe we can get there using the vehicle that the people on the lake want, as opposed to something another planner comes out with in terms of the what's been known as the Weatherall proposal, which is major change, and primarily basing the size of cottage on the lot size. I'm not saying there aren't other restrictions, but really they're pretty minor. So, and then a couple other things. The planner also, Mr. Sherbach, it kept referring to this as it's 25 years old. What we're dealing with is 25 years old. I take objection to that. The zoning bylaw and official plan were reviewed in 2014, accepted by the district. They went through the public process. In spite of what some people have been told, gross floor area was in the zoning bylaw and was modified because of holes, giant holes that were in it. Did it go too far in size? Well, it didn't change the size. And yes, maybe that should have been done. And definitely, I believe that should be done now. But we're not dealing with something that's everything the way it was in 25 years ago. covered that. I also want one last comment, and that is on the visual aspect. And this came out in another OMB, which now is called the OLT, that sometimes things are just too big. And we have a ruling on our lake that unfortunately did not come into play in one of the referenced rulings earlier this afternoon. But visual isn't the only thing. Hiding a 30, 40-foot building behind 40-foot trees may help the visual aspect of the lake, but as we've heard, things change after. But that's not the only factor. There's an environmental factor as well on size. And so visual impact is extremely important. We need to protect that and strengthen it. But at the same time, it's not the only factor that should be limiting size. And with that, I will step away, and I'm glad I'm not in council anymore, because my recommendation to council would be to either deny or to do some further research. And my plea to everyone in this room that instead of shooting arrows at each other, we sit down seriously and try to look for a common ground. We have a common ground that works. Let's modify it to make it work better for our community, and not do it by opening up the official plan at this point, forcing potentially an OLT meeting, and more money being spent, more anger coming out with within our community, when we've got an official plan in the works, changes coming up. Let's work together, please, and open up our minds in saying that we have to scrap the old in order to build something better. That's it. I'm done. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hanson, and thank you very much for everyone who has spoken this morning, I guess it's all this afternoon on this. We greatly appreciate all the input. And now, unfortunately, I'm going to suggest that you have to wait a little bit to hear what council has to say. It is now almost 1:25, and unfortunately, council has a 2 o'clock meeting that will be enclosed on a totally unrelated topic. And I'm hoping that won't last that long. And following that, we'll get back out here and you get to hear what council has to say, which you can leave and get your own lunch, or in my case, do something about your bladder. But I'm going to ask you to give us it'll probably be an hour and a half before we, roughly, I'm guesstimating, that before we're back here to discuss amongst the councilors what's going on. So at this point, I have moved by Councillor Bocek and seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved, the council recessed planning council at 1:24 p.m. to reconvene later this afternoon, June 6th, so we can discuss this matter. In the meantime, we're going to take a lunch break, and then at 2 o'clock do our closed session council. And then once that is done, then we'll be back out here for us to do our discussion. And thank you very much for all your patience. And
turn off.
You can mute yourself.
So why didn't you do it before? Asking because if it ever happens again.
If you did it,
Because you're not non-conforming.
All right. I have moved by Councillor Cooper, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the council reconvene the planning council at 2:45 on June 6, 2023. All those in favor? I knew by the time we passed this, they would quiet down out there. I had faith. All right. So what I'm going to say once again, thank you very much for all your patience and including those who are online at this point. I greatly appreciate it. It's been a little bit awkward today, but we're getting there. And now we have heard from our staff. We have heard from the planner for the applicant. We've heard from, I lost count, but a good chunk of you verbally this morning. And now it's time for council to discuss and question. And I'm just going to remind everybody, the draft motion in front of us is basically to deny the amendment that has been applied for, but also to direct staff to in the review of the official plan to ensure consideration of the size of dwelling policy. That is the current draft motion or proposed motion in front of us. But in the meantime, I'll open it up, and I see already Councillors Bocheck and Cooper with their hands up. So we're going to start with Councillor Bocheck, followed by Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to say a little bit here about my view on the whole situation happening on the 6 Mile Lake. I've met in person with members of both the CA and the RA. We've sat down, we've had discussions, not trying to align myself with either one. I like to stay unbiased in these situations. I'm in the fortunate position where I don't live on 6 Mile Lake. So whether it increases or decreases or stays the same makes no difference to me. It makes difference to the people on 6 Mile Lake. So I took it upon myself to go up and visit as many as I could, but mostly the directors and members of the two associations. The one thing I found in common, because that's where we're going to have to land, is find something in common, was your passion for 6 Mile Lake. Both associations have a tremendous amount of passion for 6 Mile Lake. It's very evident. And because of that, I think we've come to a point where the impasse from the past is going to have to become upfront, recognized, and talked about in a fashion where you have an end result. I heard lots of talk this morning about council not making decisions. It's not up to council to make a decision on a community. It's up to the community to make the decision. And then it's up to council to make sure that, we have a resolution that supports your decision. I think we're very close. I think both sides understand each other now more today than they ever have. And I look forward to the day soon where we work together and we come up with some results. My takeaway from being up on 6 Mile was there's a fear, a general fear that something's being done and you're not going to know what the fallout is until after it's done. So in a case where you're asking for the GFA to be removed from the official plan, the rest of the lake saying, okay, now what? So if it had to come forward where we'd like to remove it from the GFA, but we're going to keep the bylaws as they are, but we'd like to increase the cap to 4,000 square feet instead of where meters, 275 meters to 350 meters, that takes the fear away. But I think a lot of people are afraid that if we remove it from the official plan, that the whole thing is just going to run wild up there. I don't think there's a general understanding, and there's a fear. So if it had to come forward where let's remove it, But let's put the cap in place right here, then there's no fear, everybody understands what's going on. Then you can negotiate that number. So my advice to you is stick with it. We're not going anywhere. I think there's a solution on the horizon very soon. And I am going to continue to work and support both sides until we come up with that solution. Okay, so know that we're going to be here making a decision today. That decision doesn't have to be yes or no. There's other ways to move this forward. So I appreciate everyone's time coming in today and expressing their opinions, because it has changed my opinion, not completely, but opened my eyes to some things that I didn't even know existed. So thanks everyone for showing up. And I know we're going to get to an end here eventually. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and I certainly concur with Councillor Bojak's comments. I wanted to just say that first of all, I think I read I did read every single email that came in. There were a lot of them. And one thing I will compliment your community on is that often in planning, we get comments from the public. And I support this application because it's going to be a beautiful building. That's not a planning reason. I must say, with all the various emails that I read, almost every one of them had a rationale behind why you felt the way you felt. So congratulations for actually thinking about it and putting some words to it. So my compliments. Just a few very quick things that I wanted to sort of clarify. Community plans come from communities. The Township of Georgian Bay doesn't make community plans. We have 6 community plans with OPAs in the Township of Georgian Bay, 6 of them. Starting with the 6 Mile Lake, although I believe actually Go Home Bay had the first one in the 1980s, not 1880s, 1980s. That's a little bit too far long ago, but you know, we do have the 6 Mile Lake plan. We have Bone Island, Palisades Bay, Cogmachine, Go Home Bay, Wawatasi, and Honey Harbor also has an OPA. They don't have bylaws associated with their particular plan, but we have numerous community plans, and the communities came forward with their community plan. And that's the only way to do it. We can't tell you how to legislate your community. You have to work together if you want to have a community plan. So my advice would be, please work together, and please survey your community to get, I would suggest maybe even hiring somebody that understands surveys and how to conduct a survey in such a way that you get to the bottom of what the community really feels. If there's any ambiguity in the questioning, it can lead you down a garden path that you don't want to go down. So I wanted to sort of clarify that. I know there's been sort of some misunderstandings along the way, including the use of ICBs, interim control bylaws, that were put in place. It's important to note that that tool is a planning tool, and it was there to allow the community time to do something with the community plan. And it's not the township's fault that you had to renew it. It really is up to the community to figure out a way to come forward with something in due course. And I know that our council will, if your community is coalesced, then we'll support you. And I think that's really all I wanted to say. There's a number of other points, but I'm sure they'll be covered by others. I wish you the very best in getting a plan put together. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So I'd also like to congratulate 6 Mile Lake on your engagement and passion for your community. I think it would be great if every community had this level of engagement in planning issues that go on in and around their homes and their cottages. What I've observed through my time on council, which hasn't been very long, but I do have the opportunity to sit on the Committee of Adjustment with Councillor Jarvis, and a surprising number of matters that come before that committee happen to be on 6 Mile Lake for whatever reason. I think it's because of your community plan. And I think that's reflective of the controls that are in place with your community plan. And I'm not a planner, and I think Mr. Smith will be the first one to remind me that I'm not a planner. But I think what I have observed in our review of the files that come forward is that you have a combination of very effective controls. GFA is one of them, but you have percentages limiting development within the first 30 meters of the waterfront. You've got different lot coverage numbers. You've got height restrictions. GFA is one number, and I'm not sure that I've seen it be as magical or as the single number that's preventing large cottages from being built on your lake that maybe is being suggested by some people. I think GFA can be confusing. I think the fact that people are moving into 4-season homes means that you are losing space that you could live in a home if you've got an attached garage. So I think there's a number of detached garages. Covered porches affect your GFAs, so people are not having covered porches or overhangs so they can maximize their home space. And basements are also an issue. And I think all of these things are not causing larger cottages, but I think it's causing outbuildings to be built. So you have a detached garage, you have gazebos. And I think what we're looking at is an opportunity for you and your community to not just make one amendment to eliminate GFAs, but to take a look at the bigger picture of what it is you want that development to be. I'm sure you could still have a cap with a GFA, but maybe changing the definition so that you're not altering the landscape by taking down trees to build a garage or gazebo, but you're allowing people to build a building that may be a little bit larger, but set back, and it isn't affecting as much of the landscape that one GFA number might have an impact. So my hope and recommendation is that the community can come together with a solution that's more encompassing than just making a recommendation to remove this section of the official plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. It wasn't long ago that I was on the other side of this diocese submitting a binder to council advocating for a position. And a common statement that we've heard today was that we all evolve. You know, our lake needs to evolve after 25 years of having statically defined restrictions. We personally evolve. I think Harold today had said and identified that he at one point believed that GFA, shouldn't have been there. The point is that we all evolve, and we, I think, collectively as the lake are starting to see this evolution take place. And as Councillor Bocek advised, a lot of evolution, or parts of evolution rather, is the fear of the unknown. The fear of what does tomorrow look like versus where we are today. I want to bring to attention a few points that I thought were relevant today, specifically around the 2019 survey that we've heard quoted many a times, with the 64% of lake residents seeking to maintain GFA. Question, and I'm sorry, I don't have the numbers here, but the question pertaining to GFA, 35.11% or 36% of the lake stated that they'd like to retain some type of GFA, but modify it. 33.72% or 34% if we were to round up, stated that they wanted to abolish GFA in its entirety, with only a 2% differential. And we see that here today. We see roughly half and half on one position or another. 51.16% believe that the current definitions were too restrictive. 52.79% believed that calculating maximum GFA is too restrictive for lots over 4,000 square meters. 47.67% believe that maximum GFA is too restrictive on lots less than 4,000 square meters. 60% of the respondents said that basements should be precluded from the definition of GFA, and 55% said that covered spaces should also be precluded. The point here that I'm trying to make today is that at the end of the day, there clearly needs to be change. But we also need to ensure that we are responsible in the change that we implement and that we address it and socialize it. I also want to respond very quickly, if I may, to a comment that was made today, specifically with respect to 3,000 foot or 3,000 square foot cottages. The comment, as I quote, was, "You do not need that space." And I think what was failed to be recognized here is that perhaps 25 years ago, 35 or 3,000 square feet was deemed to be quite large for a cabin where you portaged miles and weren't able to drive right up to your beautiful home or home in the country. But what we're seeing today is a shift in land use, and that is specifically with what I perceive or what I deem to be the gray hair tsunami, the retirees coming north. They're leaving the urban centers and making room for future generations to fill that void and coming north. And this was their retirement goals all along. They purchased lands here to be able to live here 6 months of the year and perhaps snowbird to Florida for the remaining 6 months of the year. But what we failed to realize in this particular comment, or what was failed to realize in this particular comment, is it's not a two-family 3,500 square foot cottage. Rather, it's a two-family with grandchildren or great-grandchildren that they want to make sure they have as a part of their lives. It's an evolution. We're evolving. Our families are growing bigger. And we want to be able to have a place that we share and call home. So with that being said, I have some comments that I'd like to, on the second round, if with the mayor's approval, I'd like to conclude. But at the end of the day, I think today was an excellent opportunity for us to really understand the issues. And I think councillors heard us loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Just very quickly, I want also to let everyone know how much I appreciate the passion that's been brought forward in this, on this issue. Unfortunately, it's an issue, it's quite the issue to deal with, but it's great to see the involvement from the community. Phenomenal to see the involvement from the community. I particularly appreciate the eloquence presented by the respective presidents of the two associations. I think from what I've heard, there is more that you can agree on than you can disagree on. And I think that down the road, that's what we're going to have, is a good agreement from the lake as a whole that will satisfy everybody. I'm a member of an association out in the Bay. Admittedly, I have not been to 6 Mile Lake, so I'm not totally sure of what things look like there, but certainly I've been given a good illustration from everybody speaking by email and here today. I think GFAs in my own mind are a good idea. I really appreciate the amount of effort that went into the report from our planning department. And I think I really have to lean on that for advice moving forward. But I think there is a way definitely for you guys to move forward on this. And obviously, I will be looking forward to a future meeting where we get this finally resolved.
Councillor Hazelton, do you want to join this round?
Sure. Thank you. Attempting to be bring something a little different to the table. I'm going to quote from our new, not yet approved strategic plan. The overarching theme of the strategic plan is that the environment must be considered in all that is done by council and staff.
what's interesting to me is I've learned over the years that the planning statements, when guided by that environmental strategy, which, by the way, in the current strategic plan, the environmental protection is the #1 criteria. So when the planning department start defining terms, et cetera, and neighborhood plans and everything else, what they tend to do is define statements that will help to reinforce this overarching theme of environmental protection. And they may not be right in all circumstances, but the intent is for the planning department to provide us with statements that reflect that environmental protection as a strategy. And if there is a desire to evolve the community to larger and bigger buildings, personally don't have any problem with that at all, as long as it's done in a way that they can protect the environment. And what we learned yesterday, we actually knew this years ago, but what we learned yesterday is the more you harden a property, the more you have surface runoff, the more you have pollution running into the water, the less you have the land absorbing things and attempting to protect it. And so the more you cover your lot with high density buildings and build walkways and pathways and driveways, the harder it is for you to protect the environment. And that's what these planning policies are all about, trying to protect the environment. So I think we all want to be very careful here about what we wish for, what you as a 6 Mile Lake community wish for, because you may discover, if you aren't careful in your planning strategies as you build a consensus going forward, you may discover that you're destroying your lake that you love to come here and enjoy in the first place. And in that case, you've lost everything. And once you lose it, getting it back will take millions of dollars. Just think of the Severn Sound remedial action plan and how many millions of dollars and time it took to remediate that Severn Sound when it was out of control. And I'm certain that that's not the objective and the goal for those on 6 Mile Lake. So I would offer that environmental protection should be, as it is ours, should be your #1 strategy. And you should be looking for paths where you can craft policies out of consensus that focus on that environmental protection. Thank you.
Thank you. Obviously, I echo a lot of the comments you've heard about appreciating all the input and all the feedback that we have received. I think I want to start with the survey in 2019. And that survey was done after a number of years of work, because there clearly was frustration by a fair portion of the lake residents with regards to the limitations of the gross floor area. And and it was good to see that eventually that survey got agreed to, got sent around. We had a terrific response, that over half the residents responded to that survey. And while the results could be open to interpretation, I think to me, when I read the results, I recognized a desire and a willingness to tolerate some softening of those rules. I mean, some were far more enthusiastic about the softening than others, of course, but I think there was some softening. I mean, and certainly I heard lots of conversation about how the frustration of basements being included in gross floor area, where, some basements were buried, some basements were fully exposed, and some basements were partially exposed. And why are they all treated the same way? And from a visual point of view, it was a significant difference. And so I appreciate all that frustration. Clearly, Many thought that the result of the survey were marching orders to staff and council, and others perceived it to be as, okay, lots of information. Now it's up to lake residents to come up with their proposals as to what we should be doing. I personally, I applaud the Ratepayers Association for elevating the conversation. I think that, you know, it needed that. There's no question that we as staff and council wanted to review the official plan. That's still in our plans for this term. But, you know, 6 Mile Lake has come to the fore in that due to the Ratepayers Alliance bringing this forth. When I first read the proposal of Mr. Weatherall about removing gross floor area, part of me said, this is great. This is going to make things more straightforward. It's going to make things easier to understand. It's going to be the relevant measurements we need. And because I believe that the easier the official plan and zoning bylaws are to understand, the easier they are to use, the easier they are therefore to apply and enforce. On the other hand, I will admit I was concerned, and it's one of the questions that I put forth to our staff many months ago is, if the GFA is removed, do we have adequate controls to restrict to some degree what's being built? I'm not satisfied that we quite do, but at the same time, I believe with some refinement of the zoning bylaw, we can get that. And I think that it's up to us. When I say us, I mean all of us in this room, staff, council, residents, to determine the best way we can restrict the building, but in the most, dare I call it, straightforward manner, the most easy to understand manner. And for me, I don't think we're quite there yet, but I think it's extremely important that we talk about this. I think it's extremely important for the entire township, not just 6 Mile Lake. But I think in this discussion, 6 Mile Lake is at the fore, and I thank you for that. I think that's very important. Once you get to a certain age, you get so many thoughts rolling around your head, you're not sure which one's going to come out. But no, I think we're going to go for another round after we hear from our planning department. But I think I really appreciate this conversation, and I think it's very important. And I think that we have to understand what we're trying to achieve. But I also, and following up in part on what Councillor Hazelton said, I think we have to be extremely careful, especially with the first 10, 20 meters of shoreline, to make that as natural as possible. I think that's extremely important because that is the filter, that is the protector, that will keep our lake as clean as possible. There's more than enough science that tells us that. And I think that, you know, we have to make sure that whatever we do, however we decide to restrict buildings, that we keep our properties, we keep our the surroundings of the lake as natural as reasonably possible. And I think that's extremely important. And with this first round, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Smith, because I'm sure he'd like to add a few comments at this point. Or at least I presume so, because your hand's up.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you to the Ratepayers Association, the Lake Association, for coming and putting your thoughts and your concerns and your passion in front of not just council, but of course in front of the planning department. It's not always easy to do, and we know that disagreements and coming to compromise and all the rest of it over the years is, again, never easy either. Which is why I guess the planning department is actually always happy to be that place where you end up with it, you're never happy with, really, rather than each other. And to council, that's really where we would like them to end up with, is them not happy with us, as opposed to not happy even between themselves. And I'm going to speak to the word deferral, which was brought up, I think, as a potential option here to you this afternoon. Looking at GFA is a tool. It's a hammer, it's a screwdriver, it's a pickup truck. Take what you want from it. It's a tool to achieve what the township and what the 6 Mile Lake ratepayers and or cottage owners want to achieve, not just today, but for that 25-year period or 30-year that Councillor Hazelton and Graziano has talked about. And what does that look like? And how do you achieve that? And just playing around with a particular tool and saying, oh, well, 3,000, 3,500 sounds good. Agreement? Good, let's go forward. Without understanding where you really want to end up with some of the implications that we heard about from Councillor Hazelton, I think is very important. So what I'm saying is this. GFA is a particular tool that's in the toolbox at the moment. Is it the most appropriate tool to continue to tinker with to achieve what is an unknown vision for 6 Mile Lake or other lakes for that matter is our question. And maybe there are better ways of going about doing this, which is why we recommend actually refusal and bringing this back in as a official plan issue, official plan review of options and so on and so forth to go to speak to bigger issues. Yeah, maybe you got a very large lot. And if you want to build at the back of it that you can't see anywhere that allows us to bonus some of the natural heritage that's lost, maybe that works as opposed to just tinkering around with a tool that may not be appropriate for this particular lake or maybe for some of the other lakes. That's what we would like to be able to do. If you send them back to come to a compromise, which is very much possible, you still end up with a tool that the long term may not be doing what we want for a vision for the lake or what they want for a vision for the lake. And even that vision can be very different, where we have families that are growing and coming around and the need for grandchildren and friends and that intensity of use. Now where we had a small cottage and we had 4 people on the weekend, now we have a larger cottage and we have 8. And the attendant noise and the attendant watercraft and so on and so forth. What are we looking for? What are you looking for? And it's just GFA fooling around with it to make it bigger. Achieving that is where we think is a good place to start and to talk about some of these things. And again, you're not going to come to a single vision. Some people may be like Lake Joseph. Some people may be like Lake Simcoe. And some people would like to go back to the way it was in the 60s. Without understanding some of that, okay, and or at least trying to have that conversation with the ratepayers makes GFA fail, period. Because it's just a tool that makes things bigger. And in some places, maybe making things bigger is going to be appropriate with some other balances. And maybe in other cases, you know, it's not going to. We don't know. But please don't look at it as a tool to send them back if it's not the tool that's going to be appropriate. Let us investigate together with the communities. And I say communities, okay, this whole thing about GFA and allow us to, as part of the official plan and the resolution in front of council is, I guess, as much of ourselves square to do so in the coming year with your support and budget and so on and so forth to investigate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Round 2. Okay,
I don't mean to interrupt your honor.
you have,
I apologize. I apologize. Is there any way that our planner can have your planner had their chance to say something? It's our application. Our planner sat back and listened to everything here. I know it might be out of order, but I would request that can you not have a say back to some of the comments that have been made here by the councilors too, so that you can understand what he's thinking, because all along he's never had that opportunity to actually speak to your planners. You're speaking. I think it'd be nice if he had to discuss some if possible.
Council, are you open to giving them a few minutes?
Okay.
Yeah, and the other thing, though, I don't want the implication out, no, just let me finish, please. I don't want the implication out there that our planners never talked to your planner. Because to the best of my knowledge, there was conversation back and forth during this process. Can you confirm that?
There was conversations on processing, yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that, you know, there was it was suggested that nobody, we didn't talk to anyone, and I don't think that was quite fair to our staff. Because I believe they did talk with you. Councilor Cooper?
We only opened up one person to make comments. We got to open it up to
Well, yeah,
everybody
and
again.
I get that. Yeah,
Thank you.
we've already made that decision, actually. But I don't mind your interruption to ask. But yeah. And I'm certain the conversation will not end today. And I think that's a good thing.
Okay.
However we end up going.
Yeah, okay.
All right, now we're going to start round two, and Councillor Bocek, I see your name followed by Cooper and Graziano, and I'm sure the other three will join in afterwards.
Well, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. A few things I'd like to address to do with facts and figures and GFA. When this all started, I asked our planning staff and I asked some of the previous council why covered porches were included in GFA. And I was told because most people that build a covered porch close it in and make it a room after the building inspector leaves. That to me is calling somebody guilty when they're not. Okay, and that is not a reason to have GFA or covered porches included in the GFA. That was one thing that I picked out in my research. The other one was, I think it's a 5'11". Anything above 5'11" in a basement is classed as GFA. I don't really buy into that. I've made myself perfectly clear on this over my last, well, 2 terms and then this term, that I don't think that figure should be in there. When you go to sell your house, the real estate agent isn't going to include an unfinished basement in your square footage. So why, an impact is not going to include that. So why do we include it? That was something else that I noticed. So in the future, I think GFA is going to remain an important factor in your planning documents. But where it lands is of importance, and what it consists of is important. So to come and ask for us to remove the GFA from the official plan without some supporting document on how you're going to remedy that and how you're going to control and regulate and restrict, I think it puts us at a bad position as council. That all of a sudden it's opening us up to liabilities. Because if what was brought forward today, we just said, yeah, go with it, that puts us in a very bad position down the road. Okay, we as council have to make sure our decisions are made with the future and the future's future involved in it. You heard the environmental reasons, which I completely agree with, and it is part of our strategic plan. It's the #1 thing in our strategic plan. But I'll take this all back to the fear factor again, that people are afraid, I'm not going to say the majority, but there's a good amount of people on 6 Mile Lake are afraid that if we remove this GFA from the official plan, it's going to open up Pandora's box, and it doesn't have to. There can be control measures put into place. Negotiating those control measures are not up to us. Okay, we can certainly get involved, our planning department can get involved, our staff can get involved and say, you know, what if we do this to the basement? What if we do this to the covered porches? What if we do this to the bunkies? What if we put GFA? What if we allow bunkies, 800 square foot bunkies? There's so many different elements to this. You can't pigeonhole yourself, and you certainly can't rely on council to make decisions for the community. So please, if you achieve a defer today, what that's going to achieve is you don't have to pay another application fee. You don't have to go through all to get to where you are today. You haven't wasted all this time. So I'm suggesting moving forward that if you do achieve a stay here and you do allow yourselves to go back and discuss it, make good use of this time, because this isn't a deferral forever. It can come back as soon as 30 to 60 days from now. And you know, we can have a result then. So I suggest you keep up the good work. I've heard a lot of positive things together from both the RA and the CA. I think there is an impasse here. And yeah, it's going to hurt some feelings. And yeah, there's some of the old regime that aren't going to like it very much. And there's some of the newer regime that are going to think it's not enough. Come to a consensus. That's really what it amounts to. And just don't go in with a hard approach to this. I've seen it talking to both sides. There is a will to get this done, and there's a will to get this done fast, because this lake has been divided long enough. You guys need to go back to the regattas and back to the fireworks and back to the fishing competitions and get your head out of this office, because it's not a fun place to be. Trust me. And I will support, I will stay with both sides, unbiased, help you along the way, as other councillors here have been doing. And I feel that we're very, very close. Don't close the door today. That's all I can say, is keep the door open. Let's work to something that maybe you don't like it, but it moves us forward. Okay. And that's all I'm going to say publicly, and we'll get together privately later and see if we can move this forward. Thank you.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you'll never open your mouth again publicly? Well, no, okay, just wanted to confirm. Councilor Cooper.
Once I really agree with Councilor Bocha. Just kidding. I think we need to be careful not to conflate size cap and GFA. And I was interested in hearing our manager of planning talk about GFA is really it's a tool, measurement tool. It's sort of like aiming the saw, bad carpentry. GFA is a tool that we use to judge the size of something. It's really where it strikes me anyway, I'm hearing from you folks, is that it's the size cap that needs to be examined. I understand that there may be some exclusions, and maybe those things need to be dealt with in terms of maybe GFA is defined in 6 Mile Lake slightly differently than it is elsewhere, but it's still GFA. It's just, it's like the metric system. It's a measurement tool. So I would just caution that we think about what I've been hearing from you anyway, is that size caps really seem to be the main issue. And I would encourage you to, you know, get that one nailed down, and maybe there's nailing down in terms of what GFA means in your particular community. I can tell you that for most of the other communities, they're happy with their GFA definition. So that ain't gonna change. I don't think. I don't think you'd be jamming stuff down their throats, and we'd have even a bigger or a much, you know, with a lot more communities coming at us. So I think those are my two thoughts in terms of focus on size caps and don't blame them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Graziano, please.
Your worship, if I may make a recommendation just quickly, if I can wait till the end prior to your last final comment, that'd be great. It'll give my fellow colleagues here an opportunity to speak, and then perhaps I can present my final concluding thoughts. Would that be, so I'll just, do you want me to lower my hand and then re-raise it, or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. I just I want to go back to the recommendation for our planning department, which is that council directs staff to the next township led review of its official plan. That would be the township's official plan. to ensure consideration of the size of dwelling policies. And that is with a denial of the recommendation. That's a big move. And I can see it being looked at possibly negatively. But I think what this has done, this whole OPA amendment has and will spur the township to look at its official plan and make sure we've got all our ducks in a row so that this type of issue is no longer something that becomes contentious from one community to the next. So I want to consider it from that perspective, appreciate the recommendation from our planning department and take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, the mayor. I think just expanding further on what Councillor Jarvis just said, I think reviewing and thinking about that comment about, you know, this is really better suited for the review of the official plan. I'm wondering if we can suggest that, and whether it's appropriate or feasible to have a committee that would consist of some member of staff and a councillor and representatives from the Cottage Association, Rate Association, to help mediate what the big issues are about size controls, and to really get a head start on what would become the official plan review work for their committee, their community plan. Given that we know that we aren't going to be able to start review on the official plan for quite some time, this might help give them some context and relief.
Thank you. Councillor Hazel. You have anything to say this one?
I'd just like to understand the right strategy here, or a good, what a reasonable strategy is. The motion as it currently reads is we deny it. We could defer it. We could refer it. And sounds to me like referring it ultimately would result in the planning department and the community having time to spend more time together discussing things, while the two factions on 6 Mile Lake attempt to bring something to consensus, perhaps with some guidance from the planning department. So I'm wondering if referring it to staff is perhaps the best strategy, but I'll just leave that as an open suggestion. Thanks.
Thank you, Worship. And I'm going to be referring from my notes here just because I summarized my thoughts this morning. This issue has been a contentious concern for over a decade now, with little support from the township since 2012. Unfortunately, I don't have any data prior to 2012, as I started my path on this journey in 2012. It's worth noting that in 2006, Wawatasi, Go Home Bay, Cognition, and 6 Mile Lake embarked on a journey towards creating community plans for the respective members. Not only did they have the support of the township through Dave Parks, the process was also somewhat subsidized financially by our township at the time. Today, in the absence of guidance from our township, the 6 Mile Lake community finds itself polarized. In the absence of authority, misconceptions and misunderstandings prevail. Our council today has an opportunity to send a message to both associations, including the 6 Mile Lake community, reaffirming our position on a joint resolution through a deferral of this matter. By offering additional time to both association representatives are confident that a resolution will be found. Based on my conversations and on the working group discussions that have already been held, it's my opinion that both associations are only inches away from a resolution that can be socialized to its lakes residents. Fellow councillors, let's not shut down dialogue and push this matter to the ULT through a defeat here today. Rather, let's embrace and reinforce a collective process that may bear fruit in the short run through a deferral or a possible referral. Therefore, if I may, I'd like to move a motion from the floor requesting that we defer the matter back to the applicant. Suffice it that the applicant agrees not to prejudice our timelines, because I believe we may have a specific timeline of 30 to 90 days to resolve this matter. And if so, perhaps in parallel, staff could present a few options to council during the time, whereby we can look at ways in supporting these conversations, either through our current planning team. And I know Mr. Smith is probably shaking his head because he's busy as ever, although he's got a new fantastic team. And thank you, David, as well as CAO Mariotti for getting that team together. But perhaps, if not through our internal planning team, through an external partner / mediator with planning background as well. So something similar to what Councillor Predko had recommended. So if I can, I'd like to move that motion on the floor, and perhaps someone is so bold to second it. Thank you.
I'm checking with our clerk about proper procedures here, because I don't want your motion to basically interrupt my conversation. So you are proposing basically referring the motion that currently exists?
I'm proposing a deferral. Suffice it that the applicant agrees that it will not prejudice the township in any way, and give both parties the opportunity to continue its dialogue, while in parallel having staff bring back something to council on how our planning team can support the dialogue or facilitate dialogue as well.
If I'm understanding correctly, if we defer, then that means we defer for a meeting or two, whereas we refer, we don't set the deadline.
Correct.
So then a referral, okay. I feel much better when we clarify this. Councillor Cooper?
I think if we have a referral and we are given enough time to get to a solution, not in 30 days.
Yeah.
That's the
yeah.
objective with the referral.
Versus a deferral. Yeah.
And I would support having the planning department come back to us with some recommendations. I'm not expecting the planning department to fix this because it's not really their job.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that, and we already went down this road with 6 Mile Lake some time ago with the planning consultant, and it didn't get completed. So I would encourage that some advice to council saying this is how you support. Maybe it's financial support, matching dollars between the community and the township to try and get to the solution. That kind of thing.
All right.
Thank you.
No, that's fine. I would like to make some of my comments on, I'll call it the original round. And then I want to seek whether or not there's a seconder for making this a referral. And we may call a vote on that. But I have a question, actually. And I don't know if our staff can answer it. If not, probably somebody in our audience can. But you made the comment a number of times that the gross floor area figure had not changed since 1996. Or was it 98 or that?
In the official plan policies, it had not changed since 1998, other than renumbering, with one exception. And there was a change in the 2014 official plan to the definition of gross floor area. And it simply refers you to the zoning bylaw.
And see, and that's exactly what I wanted you to tell me, because that's what I thought was true.
And that's where it muddies the water between some of the other issues that have been discussed here today, which do not find their way into the discussion through the policies. They are in the zoning bylaw. And certainly as I mentioned, do find it unusual for an official plan definition to say, see the zoning bylaw.
Yeah. Because I think I think that's an extremely important point that I don't believe has been raised. And that as well, the gross floor area number has not changed. The definition in 2014 became more inclusive. And in the sense that I believe in 1998, basements weren't necessarily included, covered porches weren't necessarily included. And I think that's extremely important because I think that's one of the reasons the discussion became more enthusiastic following 2014, when all of a sudden people realized, well, wait a minute here, this and this is now being counted and wasn't before. But let me go one step further if I can on all that. I don't like gross floor area, and I'll tell you why. Because we have applications where people say, well, does a utility room count? Does an attic room count? Does a basement room that's fully furnished count? And you get into all this discussion. And you know, and why does a basement count if you can't see it versus a basement that you can see 1000% because it's entirely above grade? Personally, and I imagine I'm going to watch the planners just cringe like crazy. But personally, I think the measure that we should be using is a volume measure. From the peak of the roof, under the roof, what is the total volume above grade? And I don't care inside whether you have 2 bedrooms or 3 million bedrooms. Okay, I do. I mean, we had one example a little while ago where somebody made an application and we said, that's too much gross floor area. And they came back with a building envelope that was exactly the same and walled off one room. Give me a break. That's exactly the same building. And you know, whether or not they're going to cut a hole in, I'm not accusing them of that, but you know, gross floor area is an inadequate measure, in my opinion. And so I would love to see a total volume measure, because I think, you know, instead of it being 300 square meters, it might be 3,000 cubic meters. We'd have to try to figure out what the number should be. But because what bothers me about gross floor area, and the example of changing from 98 to 2014 sort of proves it, is that we know that one of the reasons that some people wanted a tighter measure of gross floor area in 2014 is because people were doing things prior to that and calling things, said, this doesn't count because of X, or this doesn't count because of Y. But if you're going by in the canoe, it sure as heck counted in what you saw. And rightly or wrongly, it was not capturing, in my opinion, the intent. And in my mind, the intent is twofold. One is we don't want to have grossly large buildings. We don't want somebody building a hotel and calling it a home. I think almost everybody agrees to that. And two, we also want to have some control on the density of use on the lake. Because if all of a sudden every property on 6 Mile Lake has 6 bedrooms instead of 3, there's twice as many people on the lake. And then we have to debate, can the lake handle twice as many people? I don't know, but I'm sure many people on the lake will have an opinion. And we should probably determine what that is. But anyway, I say all this because I think we should go back and look at this. And I also, on a far more practical perspective, is if we deny, then the Ratepayers Alliance investment in all this discussion is done, finished, over. Whereas we refer, we can keep the discussion going without them having to invest that money all over again. And I think in fairness, that's another advantage to referring versus denying. I mean, again, I'm sure the planners are cringing a little bit at me when I say this sort of thing, because they would love to go away. But I think in fairness to everyone, I think this discussion has got to continue. I'll allow you a brief comment if it's in information versus opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. And yes, absolutely, it'll be information, not opinion. My opinion stuff is done. Deferral, having a discussion with my clients, they're agreeable to a deferral. A deferral, this is the confusing, a referral brings it back to staff for discussion. A deferral brings it back to staff for discussion. I would expect, and perhaps the clerk maybe can clarify that, please, and thank you.
So a deferral in our procedural bylaw more or less references the fact that council's at an impasse and unable to make a decision today, and it forces it back to the next meeting. If it fails to come to the next meeting, then the issue is dead and cannot be brought forward. If we refer it back to staff, so to speak, but it's a referral, then that allows time to have continued conversation with the applicant and staff, et cetera. And then it can come back at a time where it's ready to come back with more information.
Perfect.
So I think that's,
Thank
if
you.
you're happy to have a referral, that would be great.
Thank you.
Thank
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's very clear and makes perfect sense from our client's perspective. And just to be, again, clear, there's an official plan amendment application. There's going to be a zoning bylaw amendment application to sort of implement some of this direction. My fear is entering into discussions with a large group, we will never land on a number. Let's be honest. We've heard from some people to say this number's fine. Other people say, yeah, there's room for some movement. Other people are saying, I have a large family. So if we all recognize that we may not get to this one point, we may be bringing something back to council to say, let's just push this OPA aside and then focus on the zoning bylaw amendment. If it means we submit that application to give folks the authority, the proof that they're serious and that we're entering into sort of a draft discussion and changes to the bylaw, sure, let's continue to do that. And that's always been the intent. So the fear of the unknown, I completely understand. Perhaps we should have brought a zoning bylaw, but it was just to bring this discussion forward because it just kept going in circles. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And the one piece of information you brought forward was very important. And I appreciate that as well. I just want to make one comment, though. Eventually, council, we make a decision. And I can almost guarantee 1/3 will tolerate it, 1/3 will hate it, and 1/3 will love it. It's almost a given. And I'm sorry, but that's part of the job that we're stuck with, is to try to capture as best as we can the reasonable compromise. But I would like to think through all this discussion, we're actually going to do a better job of it than the past, or at least an updated job of it. So that would be my wish. With that, council, just one moment. I'm going to allow a brief third round, very brief, talking to the referral possibility. Because I believe, did I get a second or I forget? Okay, Councilor Cooper offered. So we're going to have a brief third round on the idea of a referral. If anybody wants to speak to that. Mr. Smith, is your hand still up or is it up again? No. Okay, so Councilor Graziano, I see your hand.
Your worship, just a general comment off topic. I now know to stay clear of his worship while he's passionate because I've received a paperclip come projectile at me. So back over to you. Thank you.
I don't think I drew blood, did I? Oh, thank goodness. Sorry about that. It was supposed to go more up. Okay, Mr. Smith, did you want to comment now? Okay, sorry.
Thank you, your worship. My apologies. Thank you. Resources, a referral is on the assumption that resources are available now. I'm sure nobody wants to wait 4 months, 6 months, 2 weeks even. I don't have that.
They're going to have to wait more than 2 weeks.
So
Let's
I get that. but I'm
Let's be
saying
honest.
I'm even at the moment, just information, we are booking into August for planning. That's how much we have on the go. Putting aside all of a sudden, unfortunately, time for the referral in a timely manner of responding to that and to working with the ratepayers and the Lake Association, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know how to do that with the resources I have available. Timing wise, you give me the time to do so, then we can put together a adequate plan to do so, but the timeline, no one's going to like with the resources I have. And and I'm gonna go back to what you mentioned, your worship. It's an ugly tool. Why are we focused on this particular tool? Is only because it's a tool that we're aware of. Never used a screwdriver before, therefore the hammer is the only thing we have. And if we're going to refer, then we should talk about the intents of the whole thing, which opens up as a bigger discussion altogether, which is even more work. We have no worries about doing the work. And in fact, we would like to do the work because again, the tool may not be appropriate, but not within, a timeline that some people may be expecting is a lot shorter than what I have available for staff or resources to do an adequate job that you would expect and they would expect. So referral, sure. I mean, it's, I can't even say it's gonna be how about the fourth quarter, right? You want to, timeline there.
Okay.
Okay.
But if you allow me briefly, in fact, you're saying you're booking 2 months ahead. You know what it was like here 2 years ago? Or even a year ago? We are making headway. And I really appreciate that. Okay, so now we're gonna go to Councillor Graziano and then Councillor Bocek and then Councillor Cooper, please. Councillor Bocek. Oh, wait, Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that dealing with this matter in the most expedient manner is important to the folks on 6 Mile Lake. They've been through this for 10 years. They came here today to try and get a decision to move this forward. They're not obviously not going to get one, or it's looking like a referral. My thought is that if our planning department is too busy, we put something forward, a budgetary number where we can use a planning consultant outside agency and move forward in that manner. I think this is a big enough burden to our planning department that it would, if they were to address it now, it would put everybody off at least a month. So I would support and consider outside planning consultant to take over this file and review it and come back to us with something in a timely manner, 30 or 60 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Councillor Bocek, yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth, and I just wanted to support not just necessarily a planner. I have a feeling that we've got a lot of planning advice available to us. It might be a little bit closer to planning arbitration. This is an arbitration issue, really. We need to try and get both sides working together. And if we can find a planner that does arbitration work, great, but it is an arbitration issue. And I'd support very much making sure that we were to get a consultant that can provide that kind of service. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, with all respect to the comments made by Councilors Cooper and Bocek, I disagree. I think we've got in-house staff here that are now fully well versed on what's going on with this situation, and it's best that they were the ones that handle it. I would be okay in referring if both the associations involved, the cottagers involved, council and staff are aware that the time would be set aside sometime in the future to get it sorted out before within a timeline that's comfortable for our planning department so that it gets done properly. I think it's more important that we get it done right than to get it done.
Yeah, I just want to make one comment. I mean, we've made a couple suggestions, but if we refer it, then staff get the challenge of deciding how, through their CAO, how they're actually going to get it done. But I think, we've given them suggestions, but they'll decide how they're going to get it done. And if they need the budget approval, they'll come back to us on that. Councilor Graziano.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I also want to articulate my support to Councillor Bocek and Councillor Cooper's recommendations with regards to perhaps if CAO Mariotti along with the planning team agree or concur that we consider a third party non-partisan, so someone that's outside of our township ideally, consultant to support this negotiation, this discussion and help facilitate a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, your worship. And through you, I would just also like to suggest that at the next council meeting, CAO Mariotti could bring together or bring forward a plan for how we would resource this. But in the interim, I think it's an opportunity for the Ratepayer Association and the Cottage Association to try to work together on what the major differences are and see how they can come together on their own before we start to try to mediate them and give them that opportunity.
Councillor Hazelton, you want? No. All right. I'm going to call a vote on the referral, and I want to make it very clear. If the referral passes, we're done. If the referral does not pass, then I will call a motion on the original motion for pass or defeat. Okay? So now I have moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Cooper, that we refer the motion that reads, be it resolved that council for the township of Georgian Bay hereby denies the amendment proposed in an application 022-03 by the 6 Mile Lake Ratepayers Alliance to delete subsection F.5.9.7.3. You think they could give it better names, and amend and renumber section F.5.9.7.4 of the official plan for the township of Georgian Bay approved on March 17th, 2014. And the council directs staff during the next township-led review of its official plan to ensure consideration of the size of dwelling policies. All those in favor of referral? 1, 2, 3. I guess it's a referral. I don't have to call any more votes. At the risk of being redundant, thank you again to everyone. And I think we've had a very good discussion. I think we've heard a lot of viewpoints, and I'm looking forward to more discussion on this as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
I trust you're applauding yourself because that's what's appropriate. Oh, all right. No. We don't. The good news is we don't do it every week. Okay, we're gonna go to this, right? Council. Moved by Councillor Jarvis. Seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that Planning Council adopt bylaw 2023-068 to confirm the proceedings of the June 6, 2023 council meeting. All those in favor? Holy smokes, we don't even need one of those extension motions.
Oh, no.
No. Okay, council, be it moved that we extend our meeting till 6 o'clock. Well, see, just seeing if you're paying attention. Moved by Councillor Predko, second by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the Planning Council does now adjourn at 3:58 p.m. until July 11th, 2023 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And I believe